Good morning. How are we doing today? It's very weird. I don't know why that viewer discretion screen keeps moving. I actually went back to the scene when it did it a few streams ago and centered it, and it was fine. I have no idea why it keeps moving down like that. It's supposed to be in the center and fill the whole screen and be black. And anyway, how are we doing, everybody? Good to see you. GG's to TD, first in today, code with TD. Good to see you. Attack helicopter in a rainy England today, which, given some of the crazy temperatures we've had in Texas over the past few, I'm going to say months, I would actually welcome some rain. We have it occasionally, and it's kind of like manna from heaven. The only downside is because it's so dry all the time, and then suddenly it rains, everywhere just floods, because, you know, it's not like a nice little drizzle that can soak into the ground. Yeah, so there's that. Anyway, Moxie Drinker, how you doing? Welcome on in. Good morning to you. Aloha. We're going Hawaiian. Harry, how you doing? My favourite bear, how are you? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. And what's going on today? Nobody really knows. I don't even really know. It's a Sandbox Saturday. This might be the last Sandbox Saturday. Yeah. There might not be any more Sandbox Saturdays. No! I hear you all collectively cry. The reason being, my schedule is likely to change. So next week, as we all know, is the... Next week, as we know, is the 1,000 followers celebration stream week, where I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, instead of my usual Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. So we're going from 4 days to 5 days, and I might start having the weekends off. So yeah, that'd be nice for me anyway. So it's going to be slogging it out during the week, having 5 days straight. Thank you, Harry. And then, taking a couple of days off at the weekend. So it's not cast in stone. We'll see how it goes. You know, we've got to test these things, test the waters. When I first started streaming, I did actually stream Monday through Friday, and it was pretty brutal. But also, I was babyface noob, so I'm hoping now that I'm a bit more resilient, have a bit more of a handle on it, that hopefully it's not going to be so bad. So we shall find out. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing all right at the moment. A little bit of a later than advertised start today because I was still busy rubbing the sleepy dust out of my eyes. I thought I've got to get at least one coffee inside me before we do this thing. So I did. I now have my second coffee already lined up. So ready to rock and roll. I'm only going to be here for a little bit. I'm heading off to do a stream. All right, Moxie. Well, good job. I hope it goes well. And for obvious reasons, I won't be in that stream unless it runs longer than my stream, of course, in which case I might well be in there. So good luck. Where are you off to with your stream today? Where can we expect to see IRL in Moxie Drinker's stream? I was good until I heard you say last Sandbox Saturday. Yeah, so it's not definite. Brilliant. Get ready with a silly face. What a great way for Berlin to start the stream. Winning Sonic. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Do you have any plans today, Berlin? Are you off to the farmer's market? Any IRL stuff you're going to be doing? The Oddity Fair at the Baltimore Convention Center. That sounds interesting. So when you go to these places, Moxie, do you have to ask permission in advance if you can stream? Or is everywhere okay to stream? Do you just not ask? Is it one of those where it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission? You just hope it's okay? Or I always wonder with these public places how open people are to letting you just record, because I know some places specifically say no photography, no recording. I guess because they want people to come in and see for themselves, especially if it's somewhere you have to pay to get into. So did okay. Farmers market and a book fair in town. Ooh, so are you looking for any specific books at said book fair? Berlin? Is it for Lita? Is she getting some books? Is she like a Colleen Hoover fan, a Stephen King fan, James Herbert? I'm trying to pretend like I know authors now. Dr. Seuss. It's local primarily, so I'm not sure what we will find. That's one of the good things, isn't it? So a book fair, is it like it's vendors, and is it also like people that have a huge collection of books? They just like get a booth or a stall and they just sell their own stuff? I haven't really been to many book fairs. I'm not sure exactly how they work. But what am I doing today? I mean, I'm doing the stream, obviously. It's a bit of a giveaway. After the stream, I'm probably going to be doing the usual, hitting some Goodwills. But also, I need to spend some of the weekend. Welcome in, Darth. I need to spend some of the weekend getting things ready for the celebration stream week next week, because I'm not prepared. I mean, I have some things ready. I have the burning wheel of fire, and let's have one quick test to see if it works for next week. All right, so we have the burning ring of fire working, and what will happen is for every sub, for every gift sub, for every resub next week, I'm going to be eating something hot, and we get to spin the wheel. So that's going to be interesting. And collectively, for every 1,000 bits that get thrown in my face, and I say collectively because, you know, I have a little bar that with the help of Code with TD, I managed to get running. And I have a little bar that shows every time someone cheers next week, it'll actually increase the bar. And then when the bar gets to 1,000, it'll be like, hey, you better spin that wheel, buddy. And I will spin that wheel. Ring of Fire QA pass. Thank you. Thank you, Bear. I appreciate it. Bear is actually not just my favourite bear, also my FSO, my fire safety officer. So making sure, you know, if my mouth does actually catch on fire, there's a fire extinguisher to hand. Looking more for Munchkin stuff. Nice. Is that going to be like dinosaur books? I know she loves the dinos. There's a large section of used books. Oh, so it's new books as well. Interesting. Okay. Used books. No, they allow streaming. They even have a disclaimer saying that you might be photographed or videoed. As for the museum, I asked before I start. Good policy. I think that's what Berlin does as well. I think you always like ask for permission up front, and then you're not, you know, there's no surprises, is there? Midstream, you don't want to be like, okay, now we're going to look at this exhibit, and then a quick tap on your shoulder. Excuse me, sir, you can't actually be recording in here. Okay, guys, got to write out. Can you imagine? Yeah. I heard you also have a duolingo command. I don't know. Do I, Harry? Maybe you could try it and see. Maybe you could sample it for yourself. But fair warning, it does make me chuckle. Okay, Duolingo command does make me. There we go. For 2 weeks, every new sub or gift sub gets 3 months free. And do you know what? Do you know who did that yesterday? Code with TD came in and gifted a sub, and he actually got sent the code by Twitch. He redeemed said code, and he now has 3 months free of Duolingo. And it's not just like, oh, okay, well, 3 months of Duolingo. It's Duolingo Super. It's the super duper top tier, no ads, all the greatest stuffs. So, yeah, you might want to get in on that offer. And I'm not saying sub to me. I mean, it'd be nice if you sub to me. I'm saying if you sub to any channel that you're not already currently sub to, you will get the code. I got the code sent to me also. See, Moxie also leading the way, being the poster child for the current Duolingo Twitch collab. Excellent. So do you have a specific language in mind, Moxie? I know you said you already speak Japanese. Is it honing that Japanese skill, or is it a different language? Freshie, how the devil are you doing? Welcome on in. Prime subs are not eligible, no, and also recurring subs. If you're already subbed and you refresh your sub, that doesn't get included either. Also, remember the community challenge? Oh, wait, what is that? We're already at 100%. Yes, it got met yesterday. Yeah. Such a shame. Yeah, because now I have to decide which day I'm going to have 0 viewers. 0 viewers because I think there's no quicker way probably to drive people away than to play the Barbie soundtrack. Although, to be fair, it was a challenge. I set the challenge, I set the points, and you all stepped up and just crushed it. So, refreshing German. Haha, sehr gut. I do speak a little German. I did learn German at school. My mother-in-law was born in Dresden. She obviously speaks German, but she speaks English as well. Yeah, and Mrs. gave me. She grew up with a German mother. Also speaks German. So there you go. The more you know. Ja, bitte. If you need help, let me know. Harry Cat's all over it. Yeah, gluten tag. Yeah, I see. Like people say they want gluten free, you can get Duolingo free for 3 months. Yeah, finger guns. Let's go. Pew pew pew. Alrighty. So I'm still hating the damn scroll view, but other than that, I'm doing okay. Excellent, excellent. So Fresh Meat 911 submitted a game. I want to say Northfall. Was that the title? To the Irish John Games Journ Jam. And the potential in that game was crazy. I played it yesterday, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not very good at games, as anybody here yesterday will attest. But I did have a go, and I did play it some, and I actually enjoyed it. 27, Tatum. 27. It's closing in faster than something that closes in really fast. Maybe the walls in the trash compactor in Star Wars: A New Hope. Yeah, it's closing in faster than that. How are you doing, Tatum? Good to see you. Hopefully no work today on a weekend. Hopefully you're just chilling, chillaxing, relaxing, and maxing something, and having a nice breakfast. Maybe some eggs, maybe some bacon, a lovely cup of coffee, maybe iced coffee, because I don't do iced coffee, but I believe you do. So, yeah, I hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, so yesterday I played some more games from the Journ Jam on stream. I believe we still have the command active. There it is. So, show browser. Yeah, so it was on for 2 weeks, and it was hosted by Irish John Games and Science Streams. Today, are we eating Rings of Fire? No, you're a little bit early, Turgus. We are doing a couple of things on the agenda in preparation for it. Since you didn't see it earlier, I'm going to do another quick test of said Ring of Fire. Okay, Captain Anosa, welcome in. So here's a quick test. This is not actually what I'm going to eat right now. This is a test of the wheel. Captain Anosa with the Halloween steampunk. About to start cooking breakfast. The usual suspects: eggs, bacon, and grits. Get in. I'll be right. Well, I won't be right there because I'm streaming. But if you could save me some, I'll have leftovers after the stream, Tatum, because as everybody knows, me and Tatum and Turgus and a lot of people are in flying distance. So there is that.
Really, the only word for it is...
You're not wrong, Homer. Same except pancakes instead of grits today. I don't think we are eating rings of fire. We're going to set our ring on fire. I think maybe all of the above, Freshie. So another quick test. Here we go. It does seem to land on Cheetos quite a lot. So here's the plan. Mrs. Gamey said to me yesterday, so when you're eating this hot stuff, let me get this right. You've only got so many bags of this stuff, and when somebody does something, you're going to eat a whole bag. I'm like, whoa, no, slowly roll right there. No, not a whole bag. I'm going to have one thing out of the bag, okay? And then when you see, Balint's using his free pass early today. He likes to get his Bit Gam Susies out when even the pirate's like, are we really? Are you really making me say all this? Bit Gam Susies. I mean, Bit Gam Susies. I feel like there might be new merch coming soon with Bit Gam Susies on, with Big Amy on, which for those regulars will know, when I went to Ninja Gloppy's stream one time, he had captions enabled and it said Big Amy instead of Bit Gamey. So yeah, I shall forever be known henceforth in Ninja Gloppy's stream as Big Amy. So yeah. But I'm not going to have a whole bag. I'm going to have one thing out of the bag. And then if we get a bag finished, then I'm going to take that item out of the wheel and then we can continue to spin with what we have left. But, you know, I said to Mrs. Gamey, if it looks like we're getting down the stocks, then we're just going to have to go and restock. I'm going to have to buy some more flaming hot stuff, you know, to appease the masses, so to speak. That sounds like you had a great night last night, Berlin. Yes, we even have a trigger for Leroy Jenkins in chat. And look at that, right there. We have it in the URL of the clip. Ranger Devs, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Thanks for stopping by. Let's have a quick look at this clip. I did see that Tatum went live, but it was like Para. It was like 11 o'clock last night, my time, and I had to get up at dark o'clock today, so I was actually heading to bed, if not already in bed, when Tatum started streaming. So sadly, I did miss Tatum's stream last night. Oh, that is a spicy meatball. All right, let me catch up with chat. That's not true. It was my wand, not my rod. I wasn't fishing. Okay, well, let's have a quick look at this clip and then I'll catch up with chat. So pause the Muzak and then pause the clip because Twitch always likes to mute clips when you start them. Let's drag it back and go. It's terrible. Not that terrible that Lara Gale decided to not clip it. So there we go. There is the clip. You too can look at Tatum's. There you go. Sometimes you just say some things and you're like, yeah, I hope nobody clips that. And then, you know, pretty guaranteed that they're going to. Alrighty. Where did I get to? Blue blah showed about 60 of us. Wow, 60. Look at that. He's so handsome. I like how towards the end, Pirate's voice is like, really, Berlin? I know. He's like, Big Gam Susies. Come on, any more? Big Gam Susies. Heard you talk about hot stuff, so I just made some ghost pepper hot sauce. Wow. That sounds very spicy, Granger. Yeah, I was just demonstrating my wheel for next week, which is this right here. A ring of fire, a ring of fire. So yes, something's going to be burning next week. Probably my mouth for starters. going to make sure that I have some milk and or a fire extinguisher handy because, you know, I don't usually have hot stuff. I don't eat hot things. And next week, hopefully, I'm going to be eating a bunch of hot things. So there we go. Berlin, how many science stories did you get through? Only 3. Wait, I think I guessed 3. Did I guess 3? I think I guessed 3. Oh, I'm curious. I've got to go back and see if I won a bunch of pointeroonies. Because when I did it, I don't think there were many people that guessed the same number I guessed. So maybe I made bank. Well, let's do a shout out for Blint and see. Maybe somebody clipped it when it happened last night. Who knows?
Waffle Wife, if you can hear me, your husband is breathtaking.
Waffle
Okay?
Wife.
He is exceptionally kind. He's a very, very talented gamer and coder, and he brings joy to a lot of people, including I'm hopefully yourself. But he is a gem of a human.
Hopefully yourself.
And I would implore not just Waffle Wife, but Waffle.
All right, we're going to get some early shouts in, so we're going to throw these out there. Oh, nothing for Freshie, I guess. Tatum's in the house. Welcome in, Anders. Good to see you. Fox is in.
There we go. Got it out.
Granger's in.
All right, here we go. Little guy going back. Yeah, he's probably a.
You're welcome, Monsieur Tatum.
Later, buddy.
I love watching Tatum fish. Wait, was that your was that your best fishing rod?
Okay, if I wanted to show everybody this was kind of a nice little thing they put up here.
Yeah, Moxie, you might want to wade through your clips and take out clips like this. I think this is the same one that we had yesterday. And I really have to dive for the volume because it blows people's ears off because of the crackling. I know you said the audio issues are fixed now. Okay. Now I've lost the slider. Shoutouts, video shoutouts. There it is.
Oh, that is too damn funny. I love it.
Working in the ed tech
All right,
space.
well, at least I found the problem.
Turtle goose. Such a great look with that view, isn't it? It's like night vision goggles. All right. If I didn't shout you out, please shout me out and say, "Hey, Mr. Streamer, please give me a shout." I'm just scrolling back trying to see if I missed anybody. I hope I didn't. Oh, TD, who was first? We should have shouted out, right? Shouted out TD before anybody else because the Streamer Bot Ledge was actually first in today.
None of this really.
I forgot about this clip.
That's horrible.
So that was the inspiration behind my turning down the volume redemption. Because TD had a turning down the brightness, and it does actually turn down his brightness, so he can't see anything. So
Absolute trolls.
so he couldn't do anything while it was running. Probably
Like,
me.
I get it, and it.
All right. So there you go. Now you got your shout out. We can see. Only comes here for a shout out and then disappears. See how it is. That's fine. Okay, so we've touched on the Duolingo offer, which runs for a couple of weeks, which a couple of people took up. This is the offer. Do your Duolingo. Look, you can do it free with Super Duolingo or Duolingo Super for 3 months for free. For free. Okay. And we're changing iOS to iOS. Yay! Thanks, TD. Very nice. Oh no, my work's competitor. Uh-oh. Moving swiftly on. So, something I hadn't posted before. In fact, let's do it this way around so we can do a better segue. So for Unity and Unreal game developers, you might not be aware that Cinti Studios have a bundle running currently. Oh. All right, thanks browser for freaking me out. This one on Humble Bundle, Best of Cinti Game Dev Assets. So for $1, don't tell Anders that I haven't bought it yet. Okay, so for $1, you can get these 3 items in the Cinti collection. For $20, you can get these 8 items. Yeah, don't. Berlin, stop throwing me under the bus. For $20, you can get these 8 items, and for 30 of your US dollars, you can in fact get 17 items. Now look at the price of some of these. $70, $100, $100, $150. And you don't just get one of these, you get all 17. Anders got all 17 items, paid $30, and now all of these are in Anders' collection. Anders can go to cintistore.com, log into his account, and see all of these assets now that he can use in games. And also, you get the top tier, you get a $10 voucher. So if you're going to go back and spend the $10 voucher at the store, you're effectively getting the whole lot for $20. It's an insane value. And I am going to buy it. Did you know that Anders is brilliant? I knew that. Yeah, I did. That is a great emote. What is that emote? James B. Barrow. Oh, from Atagon. So Atagon was actually in here yesterday, and Atagon was one of the team with Captain Anosa that worked on the Journ Jam. Atagon actually did the audio for it. Oh, I haven't even opened the curtains yet. I'm not even sure what's happening with the birds and the bees. Not a great deal by the look of it. It looks like our neighbour's home with their truck. Hello, world. All right, so yeah, before we do anything else, without any further ado, because nobody likes a do, we should close the prediction, right? Let's see. So 96% thought I was wearing a Twitch merch shirt today, 4% thought Kirby, and nobody guessed something else. Now let's have a look. Which shirt am I in fact wearing today? It is... Oh, it's my Programmer Coffee shirt. What? So it's not Twitch, it's not Kirby, it is in fact something else. So apologies to those that participated today. Didn't in fact win any points, in fact lost points. But do you know what? The good thing is there's always my next stream where you can probably make all your points back and more. Okay? Welcome in, Yogurt. Good to see you. Wait, he paid 30, but really only paid 20. No, he paid 30, but there's a $10 coupon that comes with it. So arguably, you know, he's going to get that $10 off another purchase, another future purchase. So you could say that he got the pack for 20. That's my getting people to buy bundle math. Okay, it works for me. Sub to Atagon yesterday to get it. Very nice. I would grab that bundle, though I already own 95% of Cinti assets. That, well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? But, Granger devs, if you work on a team, when you buy assets in the Cinti store, you get a number of seats. So you might benefit.
Now I feel silly. I'm not pooping.
She's not pooping. And trust me, there are lots of worse clips we could have got. Okay. That's our one exception to being wholesomeness here is when we shout out people because, you know, their clips might not necessarily be as wholesome. How you doing, Yogurt? Hope you're having a good day today. Hope your weekend is going well so far. Blee blah, blue blah. Where did I get to? Help, I can't stop thinking about ant yogurt. Yes, ant yogurt, which was discussed on Balint's stream last night on Science Streams. And if you didn't, in fact, catch the stream, you can catch the VOD. And also subscribe on YouTube to Science Media because that's Science Stream's YouTube channel where you can get daily shorts. Yeah, it's true. I probably do. I've had 2 already. I'm 2 in. I was 1 in before the stream started. Whole pot of coffee brewing. Yeah. Kind of miss a pot of coffee. I have my single brewer at the moment, so I get the K-cups and then do single cups as I need them. I did find, I guess it works out cheaper with a pot of coffee, but I did find there was a lot of waste too. You know, I'd put a whole pot of coffee on, and it might be a day when I'm particularly in the zone or, you know, not really in the mood for coffee, and then I end up just like pouring half a jug away. So yeah, I do like the idea of just making the single cups when I need them, but also what I used to do, I don't leave the coffee pot on all day and then just pour it as I need it. I used to, don't tell Clayman, I used to microwave it. Yeah. Yeah, Clayman can't actually think of anything worse than somebody microwaving coffee. So, yeah, let's have a quick clip of the ledge bag.
Is that actually just part of the video? Oh, he's gonna go and check it and it's gonna explode into his face, isn't it? Dude, you are so fucking stupid.
2, 1.
One of the many Rickrolls that Clayman has on a regular basis. I stand with Clayman on this. Yeah, so I just, you know, half of me prefers not to have microwaved coffee, but also I don't like waste. So if I make a coffee and then I sit at my desk and before I know it, it's gone cold, I don't just want to pour it away and make another one because that's just waste. So I might like throw it, not literally throw it, but I might put it in the microwave for a minute and then just drink it. Clayman builds a campfire to make his coffee every morning with his army shovel. I mean, that's what the 50 bits are for. That's the secret menu, Bear. We don't talk about that. If I had to work that hard, I would just quit coffee. Be like, yeah, that's too much effort. Sorry, not doing that. I used to do single cups until I got laid off, and now I spend all morning drinking coffee, so a full pot makes sense. That's true, but I find that my tolerance for coffee has lowered, and it might be because my blood type is coffee at the moment because of how much I used to drink. My coffee maker allows me to make single cups with my grounds. Yeah, so the machine I had before this actually had like single cup brewer on one side and then a pot on the other side, and yeah, until it broke, that worked quite well. But yeah, if I have too many coffees now, I don't notice during the day, but when it gets to like 5 p.m., 6 p.m., I start getting a bit, like, you know, a bit jittery. And I thought, well, that can't be the coffee, right? Because I just drink coffee all the time. And I kind of stepped back and didn't have so many coffees, and it went away. So definitely tied in with the coffee thing. I usually put the excess coffee in the thermos so it stays hot. Now that's a good idea too. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to buy a thermos first, but there's definitely an option. Oh, the secret menu is a secret. Yes. Yes, it is secret. So we should probably not talk about it because, you know, the first rule of Bit Gamey Club is to not talk about Bit Gamey Club. Just saying. It makes them appreciate it more. I, on the other hand, am known to microwave cold coffee. See, it's not just me. Let's not, you know, light the torches and grab the pitchforks. All right, it's not just me that microwaves coffee on occasion. Too much fresh coffee, not enough microwaved. Just got the perfect ad next to Bit's face. I'm afraid to ask, but I'm going to anyway. Yogurt, what ad did you get next to my face? Yeah, look at that VIP badge. Ice Bear Bear, newest VIP of the channel. Cashed in the redemption yesterday. 100,000 cogs. And became the newest VIP. So if you want to watch the parade that appeared... If you want to watch the parade that appeared yesterday, when that happened, you can go back and watch the pod. Let me throw them outside because they're already annoying the jiggins out of me. I'll be right back. Pro streamer. Thanks, Bear. Well, it doesn't really matter now because Anders decided to mute me, so I'll see you in a minute. Literally an ad for a Hot Ken Barbie next to his face. What a shame you couldn't have recorded that for posterity, Yogurt. I'm so sorry that moment had to pass. Yeah. But anyway, in short, go buy this bundle. Be like Anders, okay? And you can get all this loveliness. Because a couple of the packs that I've been interested in before, the Kaiju pack, because I really loved the Rampage game, and at some point I might have a side project day where we maybe try and recreate that. And Polygon Kaiju would be perfect for that, since it's like monsters and stuff. We look at this. Now the thing is with the demo videos that Cinti create is they rarely have animations in, unless it's their animations or particle systems pack, then obviously they do. But yeah, so you'll see still images. But if you can imagine this moving, have like a Godzilla type game, a Kong type game, no, you too could recreate the 1933 black and white King Kong. What was the other thing? Pacific Rising, Pacific Rim, something like that. That had big monsters in it as well. So I quite like this pack. That's quite tasty. And I don't think I have their base locomotion pack. That would be nice. I have the Idols animation pack, but not the base locomotion. Don't know I would ever use Casino for an actual game, but, you know, it's possible. This Horror Carnival, I already have the Horror Mansion, and I already have the Hearst pack that they did, so, yeah. All of those three together would be good. Man, I'm a little hoarse today. I don't know why. Pacific Rim, that's it. Thank you, Turgus. It was good, yeah. And I seem to remember there being a sequel. Did anybody watch the sequel? And they have Horror Asylum 2 now. I can't keep up with their horror packs. I've got Horror Mansion, I'll get Horror Carnival with this bundle, and now they have Horror Asylum. I think that was one of the last ones they released, wasn't it? I'm on the Cinti Discord server. I'm on the Cinti Partner Discord server where they reveal some stuff sometimes that I couldn't possibly share because I'm under NDA. But, you know, I may hint at things sometimes without actually saying them, and then just hope that people can get the idea enough so they know what's going on. But if you're not already on my Discord, where I quite often reveal secrets, you can join it for free and find out all the latest stuffs before anybody else. There was a number 2. I don't remember the plot. Yeah, I don't remember it either. It's been a while since I've seen them. It was so good that I'm dying that it changed. Yeah. So, speaking of Ken and Barbie, the challenge got completed last week. The Am I Kenough challenge. 100% raised, 50,000 cogs. I didn't realise that people either loved the soundtrack enough or disliked me enough or a combination of the two. But there we are. So one day soon, TM, we're actually going to have a stream where we have the Barbie movie soundtrack on loop. I'm not going to lie, some of the tracks are pretty good. There's also a Pacific Rim anime, is there? I didn't know that. I mean, it kind of makes sense because it lends itself to that kind of style, but I didn't know there was one. But also sometimes I watch movies and I'm like, okay, that wasn't terrible. And then somebody says, oh, you know, it used to be a comic book or it was an anime. And I'm like, was it? So I guess those things happen both ways around. But anyway, yeah, if you want the bundle, there's the link in chat. That is an affiliate link, so it might give me some pennies if you do buy it, like when Anders bought it. I must get to sleep early today. Have a great stream, my fave bit. Thank you, my fave bear. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. I hope you have a nice sleep in the fridge, as your alert command lets people know. Okay, I'm going insane. I did get the Ken screenshot, but it didn't update in my screenshot folder on my phone. It's on the computer. Oh, so you do have it, and you've sent it to me. Thanks. Thanks, Yogurt. Thanks for that. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to ask if you're okay for me to show this. That's the wrong one. I mean, it's not the Ken one, but if you want me to show it, I can show it to the party people. Have a great Saturday, everyone. You have a great Saturday too, Bear, and enjoy your sleep. It's an old one. Isn't the Pacific Rim part of the Ring of Fire? No, it's not. You can. That's the one I got last week and sent to Berlin. I see how it is, talking about me behind my back. I get it. That's fine. Okay. Let me see if I can download this one. Let's call it Bit Barbie. put it in my downloads folder. And then if we go to downloads here and Bit Barbie, there it is. Look, there it is. There's me wearing this hat, but not that not the shirt, because this was an old screenshot. But look, for some reason it puts a Barbie ad next to my face. I guess I just have the same good looks as Barbie. That must be what it's for. Yeah, possibly, allegedly. New one coming up in a sec. All right, so while Yogurt produces the new one, and then we'll get that on stream. The dogs are really annoying me today. I'm going to be very happy when I move to my new streaming location and I don't have dogs that I have to keep letting in and out because it's very distracting. It's very intrusive. I will be right back. Back in the room, and I remember to unmute the mic. Look at me. Okay, where did we get to? Woosah! How you doing? Happy Saturday. Welcome on in. We're just looking at a screenshot that Yogurt sent me because it's funny, apparently, that there's a Barbie ad next to my face, given that I think the Barbie movie is the worst abomination ever to hit movie screens. And, you know, it wouldn't suffice just having a Barbie ad next to me. You know, let's complete the set. Let's also have a Ken as well, shall we? So as well as Bit Barbie, we're going to have Bit Ken, and there it is. I mean, it looks just like me, to be fair. You know, if I dyed my hair blonde, that's just how I often look when I'm on the beach. You know, my six pack and my Bermuda shorts. Yeah, if I ever get to TwitchCon, I feel like that's what I'm going to look like. That's how I'm going to walk around. It's not one of those no shirt, no service type deals, is it? When you go to TwitchCon, I'd be okay, half naked. That'd be acceptable. It's almost 4 a.m. here. But good morning to you too. I mean, 4 a.m. is still morning, so I stand by that. 4 p.m., well, then maybe not so much morning, but yeah. Renders! Is this a Ken emote? I think we might need to get you some new glasses, Agus. I think we all know that's a BJ emote, which I probably shouldn't refer to him like that, but that's kind of his name from Wolfenstein 3D. Yeah, so what I can do is I can, in fact, show the party people a bigger version by gigantifying him. So he's bigger in chat, and there's a bunch of him on the chat, on the stream window. Better than any Ken hair, exactly. Although, to be fair, when he's in his, how can I put this? When he's in his worst state and he's not doing so well in the game, that's how I'd like to see Ken's face. Is that wrong of me to say that? Probably. All right, so because I've been able to stream for another 17 seconds, I have another interruption. I just actually need to run and wake up Minigamey. Okay, so I'm actually going to go to the BRB screen this time because just keep muting the mic and it's getting a bit samey. So if you want to do some fishing, if you want to play the Halloween drop game, be my guest. I'll be right back in 34.82 seconds. I'm back. Huzzah! All right, so I think that's probably enough Ken and Barbie today. I'm not sure what this garbage is that I put on for music, but let's try and find a track that doesn't make your ears bleed. That'd be nice. Don't forget, subscribers, you've got the song request command, so feel free to play your favourites and hopefully my favourites too. As I like songs like this, and hopefully Freshy's not around at the minute. Not wrong, but maybe sadistic. But Freshy's there, I can't play it. I don't like playing songs that I know people don't like when people are here. So I'm not going to play that song. I'm going to play this song. I haven't heard in quite a while. Some of you may or may not know. Get that going. All right, 4 minutes of Pet Shop Boys. Let's go. You don't know. You don't know, but you don't mind as long as it's not Aperture, right? I thought of you last night, Freshy. I was watching America's Got Talent, and had somebody on, and the track they had in the background was the Aperture song, and I thought, yeah, Freshy would not want to be watching this right now. Well, watch it on mute, maybe. Let's have a quick look at this. I'm sure not out of context clip that we have. So let's pause it, unmute it, rewind it, play it. I really look. His name's BJ Blackovitz or something. Okay, don't shoot the messenger. All right, I'm just saying. I can't watch AGT live, but I like to see clips. Yeah, so we watch it on the Peacock streaming service, and I usually have a reminder set because I think NBC that owns the Peacock streaming service. I think they stream it live on the day it comes out. But then I think the day after that is when it appears on Peacock. So I have a weekly reminder set on my phone so that I can go in and watch it. And we just have the final left, the final episode. That's all we have left. So yeah, there it is. Did anyone have talent? Not many, to be fair, but yeah, a couple of them did. Yeah, it was pretty good. Are you winning? I am winning. Next week when I do my 1,000 follower celebration stream week server, I'm hoping I'm going to be winning because we're going to spin a wheel. And this is the wheel. See, and on this particular occasion, hot barbecue peanuts were the winner. So that's for next week anyway. Lee, do you know who's AGT 2025 winner yet? No, and I don't want to know. I don't want any spoilers. Like I say, we have the final left to watch, the last episode. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care about most of the acts in it, which is unusual because I think what annoys me is when they have the voting and they go, okay, the American public has voted. And out of these two people, this one's terrible. This one was the best thing since sliced bread. Who did they pick? The terrible one. So the one that you thought was really good, you're probably never going to see again. Thanks for that, American public. That's great. I appreciate your decision. That's fun. Thank you. Hopefully next week's going to be lots of fun because I'm building Lego. I've got a Darth Vader helmet to build. I'm making a couple of signs. One's an LED sign for scrolling messages for chat, and another is a Twitch logo sign, which will probably end up looking nothing like a Twitch logo, but we're going to try. Going to give it a go. And we'll also be playing Katamari Damacy on OG hardware on the PS2. So that should be a whole bunch of fun. I won't spoil, but I was kind of surprised. Oh, okay, so you know already. I thought you were asking if I knew because you wanted to know. Well, thank you, Wusa. I appreciate you not spoiling it because yeah, to be honest, most of them I don't care about. I kind of hope it's the light people. I was very surprised when the Indian dancers went out. I thought they were very good. I was disappointed they lost to the freestyle rapper, who I thought wasn't particularly good at all. Yeah. Why is there a rule about hating game engines? I mean, it shouldn't have to be a rule, but you know, we do get some people before the rule that came in and they're like, "Oh, I see you're using Unity. It's not as good as Unreal," or I'd never use Godot because you know Godot's awful. We don't do that here. No, in fact, we don't have any hate. To be honest, maybe we need to extend that to being a general rule. Rough being a certified hater in this society. It is, and I mean, if you are a certified hater, and I would hope that's sarcasm, then yeah, I can definitely direct people to where the door is. One time I spoiled an episode of The Walking Dead. The next week, the dude spoiled me back, and since then I stopped spoiling. Yeah, I mean, if you do it accidentally, if you're like, "Oh, I can't believe blah 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 died in this episode," and then you're like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil it." That's one thing. But if you intentionally say things, especially when somebody has said, "Oh, please don't spoil this," or you know, "Oh, I don't want to know, so nobody tell me," then that's a different kettle of fish, as they say. All right, so this is the Cinti bundle. If anybody wants to purchase this, I did post the link. I can post the link again. If anybody needs it, you're joking. I figured you were, but Cerberus, you know what it's like, right? You know how some people are. You know, we have anti-troll measures in place because we get people come in and, you know, you can't really tell if they're joking or not, especially if they're new to the community. You know, I really try and give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but then sometimes it comes back and bites you in the booty. So yeah, you're always a bit on tenterhooks when there's a new person that's like, "Hi," and you're like, "Hi, how you doing?" And you kind of, you know, treading on thin ice to start with, and then as they settle in and things get better, you know, everything's in good shape. Live tweeting TV shows ruined everything. Oh, spoilers. The second things happen. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to say that, Yogurt, because I know it'll get clipped. What are we working on? Well, a whole bunch of nothing much, usually on a Sandbox Saturday, because we kind of get a bit from column A, a bit from column B, and kind of anything goes. Sometimes it's side projects, sometimes it's just chatting, sometimes we talk about Netflix and streaming shows, sometimes we do some game dev, sometimes we do some adjustments to the stream things. So yeah, usually in the week, I work on Rescue Ball, which is my main project, which is partly why we're going to be playing Katamari Damacy next week, because the game I'm working on uses similar type of mechanics in Unity, and I just want to make sure that I have the feel, the control, if you will, similar in my game, because they obviously spent a lot of money and had a lot of people working on that game, and seem to have it down. So why reinvent the wheel? I'm just going to try and make mine feel very similar as far as control methods go. It was something like this guy, one of the main characters, dies at the end of the episode, but in fact he doesn't die, and they explain what happened on the next episode. Yeah. So then you kind of take away the element of surprise because the person watches it and they're like, I just saw them die, but I know they didn't really die because Woosa told me they're coming back. So there is that. What I am watching at the moment is the latest season of Alice in Borderland. Has anybody watched that? Anybody watched the first couple of seasons and not picked up season 3 yet? On Netflix. It's pretty good. I've got to say. I am enjoying it. I think I want to say 3 episodes in. It's pretty good so far. Alrighty. Oh yeah, one of the things I was going to mention is, I don't know if you're familiar with the new range that Cinti Studios have come out with. It's called their sidekick range. And I know typically, if we look at this bundle, they had the simple range where it was fairly blocky, basic assets. And then from that, they went to the polygon range. And if you look at the polygon range, they're definitely a different style of character, but still have the low poly aesthetic. Now, they've moved on from that. They're still releasing polygon or assets in the polygon range, but their new assets are in the sidekick range. Don't really want to do that, did I? Let's try that again, shall we? In the sidekick range, and they look like this. Now, when you see that, you might say, well, it looks a little bit like the polygon range, but it's definitely a step up. I mean, look at these characters. Look, you wouldn't see these kind of things, these kind of people, character models in the normal polygon range. But yeah, they're actually giving this away for free. So if anybody wants it for free, there's my affiliate link in chat. You can actually head on over to the Cinti store and yeah, add this in. Thanks for the alert, Woosa. Now, obviously, if you did get this, it's kind of a lost leader. So Cinti are giving this away. So you buy it and you go, that's great. Now I need some other assets in the same style that will go with it. So maybe you'll buy some of the other sidekick characters, which are a little bit more pricey, I've got to say, than the standard range. But as you can see, they're also next level in terms of art style. So, so what I thought we'd do, not today, because I don't think we're going to have time today, at some point load this into a blank Unity project, have a play around with it, see what it's like, see if we get inspired to create other objects from it. I mean, I like that they have modular pieces as well. Look, how many combinations can you make with all the different ears? Noses, look, they even have noses now. Once upon a time, Cinti were releasing character models with no noses, and it was a standing joke. We have eyes, we have different mouths, some with braces, different hairstyles, moustaches, hair pieces, kinds of stuff. Oh no. No, I don't. No, I didn't know there was going to be music. Nobody told me that. That wasn't in the memo. So yeah, 50 plus sci-fi, civilian and fantasy night modular parts, 90 plus modular rigged human-based species parts. I mean, this is free. This is free. Why would you not get this? I mean, if you can create a game with just this asset, that'd be incredible, right? Is Freshy still here, or is Freshy lurking? Because if Freshy's lurking, I can play Butter. Said, I don't know, pretty much. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't think Freshy's here. I think we can get away with it. Let's do it real. Hello, Freshy. Good to see you. Glad you're still here, meow mucker. Good job. Okay. Totally wasn't about to do a song request, so actually this is a song I haven't heard in a while and I really like. Let's see if we can get this one going. If anybody knows this song, or in fact this band. Haven't heard this song before. You're in for a treat. Here we go. Sidekick modular characters. So yeah, I would absolutely, definitely get this. I feel like this would be something good for a jam game, and I don't know why. I just feel like maybe if Cinti Studios had a jam where they just said, okay, you can only use one model or one asset, and I think that would really breed creativity, because then it's like, you can't use this whole horror mansion pack and everything in it. Just this one character. Go. I think that might be challenging. After this song, I'll step away for a few minutes. No, don't step away on account of the playlist. I can play that song anytime, Freshie. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you need to step away, that's something else. But yes, I know Erasure. I worked with them when I was still working in the music industry. Moxie, look at you with your secrets. Wow. So you think you know somebody, and then like Moxie will come out and be like, "Oh, Erasure, yeah, we used to go down the pub and have a drink, talk about music stuff when I was in the industry." Yeah, just have a floor of faces. Oh, that's creepy, Helicopter. Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing I mean, where you're like, when your scope is narrowed, then I think you widen your creativity because you're like, okay, we've got this one person. What kind of game can we do with one person? I mean, maybe that would be a good jam theme rather than having them say, okay, this is the theme. Maybe an option for people to vote on. Just one character. Or last man standing or something. Yeah, so that's the pack. If anybody wants the link again, it's a few messages up in chat. All right, so we had the Cinti Studios bundle. We had the sidekick characters for free. We had the Duolingo offer. If anybody wasn't here earlier, hasn't seen it yet, here's the Duolingo offer. Do your Duolingo. Every new sub or gift sub gets 3 months for free and a Gamer Duo badge on Twitch. There you go. It's an offer collaboration, if you will, that Unity has running at the moment with Duolingo. So if you want to learn a new language, TD, I don't remember if I asked, which language is it you're either brushing up on or learning? I probably do know, I've probably just forgotten. But we have Moxie Drinker that uses Duolingo for brushing up on German. We've got Code with TD that snagged a code yesterday on stream and it's going to be, or has already cashed in the code and is getting 3 months. So it seems like a good deal that I might, in fact, myself avail myself of at some point soon. It only runs for 2 weeks, so you don't have too long to get the code, but I think I'm going to let my wife use the Duolingo. What would your wife like to do? Is she brushing up on German as well, Moxie, or something else? Recently, Duolingo had some drama issues with the way they handle things the last few years. I mean, to be fair, what company doesn't have any bad press these days? I know they say there's no such thing as bad press because, it's all publicity, but we had the whole Unity pricing thing. We had the cancelled Disney thing because of the chat show nonsense. I mean, there's always somebody that's getting cancelled or something's going on. No, Japanese. Ah, okay. Have you seen the offset geometric contact papers? It's funny you say that because that was the next thing on my list. I've got a list of things to work through today, and it's almost like you looked into my notepad file and said, wait, I can see that the offset geometric contact papers are next on the list. I'm going to bring it up. So what in particular did you want to discuss about said papers, Cerberus? You can learn how to play chess with Duolingo. See, this is the thing I didn't realise. This is what I didn't know, Helicopter. So when we get the link posted to chat for Duolingo and then we click on it, I didn't realise until I read through this, it's not just for learning languages. And I'm like, wait, Duolingo, as long as I've known it, has been for people wanting to learn another language. And then you scroll down here and it says, learning languages, math, music, and chess. Who knew? I was just talking the other day. We're rewatching the episodes of House, the medical drama on Hulu. And one of the episodes he was playing chess. And I said, what if I should learn to play chess? And we actually had a conversation about learning chess. So yeah, if I do get this offer for 3 months free, then I might actually use that opportunity to have Duolingo teach me. And look, this is the gamer emote you can also get added into your badges or into your emotes. You scroll up here. Unlocks custom emotes when you use your code. But yeah, the offer's only on for a couple of weeks, so October the 2nd to the 16th. I think it looks really interesting, especially for people like me that get really triggered by clipping. Seems I need to let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? Fresh meat 911. That almost fits, doesn't it? So close to actually almost fitting. Alright, Freshie, thanks for the burb. You know who also likes burbs? Yoga Garrel. She loves the burbs. She goes on IRL streams and points out burbs that she sees along the way. Yeah. So anyone who subs with this offer during the 14-day window will also receive the Gamer Duo badge on Twitch. This little fella down here, which is the Duolingo Owl with gamer headset and controller. So true woo woo. See, we are forever in Yogurt Garrel's debt for touching grass, going outside, so we don't have to. So yeah, thanks for that. And highly parallel contact physics can have application in proper engineering simulation testing when rapid prototyping. We do like rapid prototyping around here because, you know, when you come up with a new game idea and you just want to test out some mechanics and see if things work well, then rapid prototyping is definitely on the cards. All right, so we've got Sidekick, we've got the bundle, we have the Jern Jam, which currently has 549 ratings. Yeah. So I'm logged in, so you can actually see the games that I've rated so far. Lumina, we played yesterday. That was rated. Act of God, Code with TD's game, we played yesterday. Rated. Northfall, I played last night. Freshie's game, rated. Clayman, Kilted Ninja, Oik, and Black Mage's game, we played a couple of streams ago. You had Mead at Hello, Captain Anosa, Atagon, The Average Goob, and Delta V. We played yesterday. That was a very fun game. And Derp, we also played Turgis Tatum and Team's game. Yeah, so slowly but surely, I am working my way through. Yeah, it's true. So I'm getting there, but if we look at the main page, still 6 days left, so plenty of time for me to get through some of the other games. I'm not saying I'm going to play all of them. That would be crazy. But yeah, obviously I can't review and rate my own game, which was Flutterblocks, which recently got a comment from our very own Tubby Crumbles and Kilted Ninja and Canny and Temptica. All of these people I know. And Max Speedy. I know all these people. I don't know Kaz. I know TD though. I know Ocular Malice. It's TD again. TD liked it so much, he actually commented twice. Yeah. So that's why you see him appear twice in there. And Soul Trail Studios, who is forever pessimistic, so we won't take a look at that. Anyway, yeah, the jam was fun. When the voting is over, Irish John Games is going to have a presentation stream where he talks about the winners of prizes, because as it says up here, 2 weeks prizes. Yeah, and then he'll be giving stuff out to the winners. Steve's very own. How are you doing on this Saturday? Still a bit early for me. It's barely 9:30 yet. But welcome on in, Steve. Good to see you. All right, I'm here. So have a great rest of your stream. So when Moxie says I'm here, Moxie means that he's at the location for doing his IRL stream now. So he must away. So thanks, Moxie. Appreciate you stopping in. Hope your stream goes well. Whoa, wait, not going to squash me this early. No, you're not. Thank you for not being a wiener on that particular redemption, Bardi. How you doing? Welcome on in. Let's get some quick fire shout outs. Since we had some new peeps come in. No, I don't want to shout out stream elements. Let's try. Why can't I type today? Steve's very own. We're going to shout out Besto Friendo Bardi. And we also have a Bardi command.
I keep tapping A. There
See?
we go.
Look, that's the kind of game you could create if you buy the Kaiju pack in the Humble Bundle from Cinti. Bardi, did you get the Kickstarter? Not Kickstarter. The Sidekick free model from Cinti. Did you get that? It's from the Cinti store. It's their new style. This thing here, look. Look at all these characters. For free? Yes, for free. I have not, no, I still struggle to work with my brain. I mean, I can totally relate to that. Especially on a Sandbox Saturday when, you know, anything goes. I have no idea what we're doing. Talked a little bit about the Jern Jam. Talked a little bit about the sale, Grow Your Garden sale, okay? If you're interested in checking out the Grow Your Garden sale on the Unity Asset Store, there's the broken link. So close to it working. Yeah, what might be a better link to get you straight to the sale? And this will probably balk too, but let's have a look. Let's find out. That one worked, so use that last link. You could do some game dev. Please don't ban me. Not on a Saturday, no. That's almost the unwritten rule on a Sandbox Saturday, that we say, okay, we're not going to do the main project, which obviously is Rescue Ball at the moment. We just had a couple of hard weeks working on the jam, so, you know, a little bit of a break from devy stuff, especially on a Saturday. So, yeah, a couple of things I did plan on working on today. Next week is the 1,000 follower celebration stream, as shown here. I said we're going to have the Katamari Damacy playthrough. We're going to build some Lego. We've got some other tiny generic block sets here that we're going to be building. 6 of. So more than one a day because there's only 5 days of the streams. Got the sign already over there, the LED matrix sign that we're going to be setting up. Going to be creating a new redemption based around possibly the game Pooyan. It's true. We're going to purchase a Steam page for Rescue Ball. Bardi knows all about Steam pages because if you scroll up a little bit when I did the Bardi command, you will in fact see that you can wishlist The Unwanted War on the Steam store, which is the fantastic RTS game Bardaki is currently working on. Yeah, it's true. And we're going to create a Twitch logo sign, which will probably look nothing like the Twitch logo. I'll keep saying that, and then if it does turn out well, I'll be like, see, I knew it would be okay. And then if it turns into a steaming pile of let's throw it straight in the garbage, then can say, see, I told you so. So it's a win-win. I'm covered. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. I think we're actually, I've been planning this for a while. I think I might be at 1100 now, but yeah, we'll keep that on the down low. You could be watching videos that people send in. I feel like that's a dangerous road to go down, Bardi. You know, especially with all the Rick rolls and some people might just come in and throw a link and then yeah, I don't think that's going to get me in trouble. Going to be so much fun. I hope so, Yogurt. Especially if I can get my third webcam working, which is not being very friendly at the moment. So this is obviously my OBSBot, my PVZ webcam, which I use as my main one. And then we have the Burb Cam, which is the old Logitech C922 that used to be my main webcam. And I also have a Logitech C920, which I had running before when we had the build where we built the tiny arcade. Bardaki with the Halloween steampunk yourself. Yeah, so we built this mini arcade working cabinet, and the webcam worked fine then. You could see my hands and everything because it's up here attached to a monitor. In fact, we can probably pivot. Since it's a PVZ webcam, why don't we just make the most of its functionality and have a look over here, and I can show you the webcam that I'm trying to get working. So possibly around here somewhere. If we zoom a little bit, possibly, maybe up a little bit. You can't really see it, can you? It's a bit dark. Let's see, can we? Yeah, it's a bit dark to see it. But anyway, I can assure you, around here somewhere, there is in fact a webcam pointing downwards. And yeah, that's the webcam I'm hoping to be using for the Lego build. I also need to test that my capture card is working so that we can get PS2 up and running, if possible. Katamari and Lego, two of my fave things, so I know it'll be fun. Excellent. Well, I hope there's going to be a little bit of something for everybody. You know, if Lego's not necessarily your thing, if you don't necessarily like, you know, PS2 games or Katamari Damacy, I'm not going to be like, get out of here. I don't want to see you around these parts. You know, I think if we touch on a little of something each day, rather than say, okay, first day is going to be the sign, and then people are like, I don't want to watch you build a sign. I think if we can do a little bit of each thing, we might be in good shape. Smikes, how are you doing? Happy Saturday. Let's see if we have any clips of the Smikester, who doesn't seem like it was that recently now, but recently made affiliate.
We need a D.
Yes, we need a D. I feel like we have a similar clip to that for Yogurt, don't we? I remember seeing something like that, possibly. Clips are saucy. Or some might say there could be spicy clips. Will you do it like Berlin, where a T3 sub means you have to start the Lego build from the start? Well, no. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it's going to take me long enough as it is to build a Lego set with 834 pieces. If it was a smaller set, if it was something like the 3-in-1s that Yogurt does sometimes, then I might consider it. But I think there's going to be enough frustration, at least on my part, with trying to, in fact, build it and finish it. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I mean, you know, if during the week somebody says, hey, you know what would be a funny redemption, and I agree, then we can create that while we're on stream. Because if you look down the also list at the bottom right hand corner, it says creating a new redemption. And at the moment, the idea I have in my head, if anybody's familiar with the game Pooyan, I might do something along the lines of a Pooyan game for a new redemption. But I want to torch support. Yeah. Unbuilding for bits is so worth the pain. Really? I guess it depends on the bits, right? I don't want to be like, all right, if somebody... Because also, you know, if you don't do bits, if you do it as like a massive channel point redemption, there are still people that have lots of channel points and they could still be like, haha, look, start over. Plus, it might just break my heart a little bit if I get like good way through it and then someone throws bits and then I'm like, oh no, now I've got to smash this all up and do exactly the same things that I already did once already. So yeah, for those people that just spent the last hour making me or watching me put these pieces together, I'm going to spend the next hour doing exactly the same thing again. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be difficult enough, not just trying to assemble 834 Lego pieces into the order it's supposed to be in, but also while probably eating some really hot stuff. Yeah. Smikes, did you see my burning ring of fire? Did you see the wheel that gets to be spun that has all the stuff on it? It's a bit like this. Thank you. I couldn't think of a better song, to be honest. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, well, you know what? I'm not saving music to my VODs anymore, so hopefully I can get away without being Twitch spanked on that one. So there it is. Going to hurt so much the next morning. I'm probably going to hurt so much the actual stream that I start doing it. I'm going to have some milk available because I don't really do hot stuff normally. And maybe a fire extinguisher in case, you know, things get a bit out of hand and my mouth actually sets on fire. But also, what I thought might be comical is on yesterday's stream, I managed to find this. Okay, so what I can do is I can try not to move my mouth too much, almost like a ventriloquist. And then when I eat the hot things, I go, and then I go, it's just too hot. Possibly.
We'll see. Oh no! Barney's squishing me. Thanks, Steve. Alright, okay, let's... Alright, Joe, guns over, let's back up.
Okay. Oh, alright, let's see what I missed in chat. I kind of want to build the Game Boy one. Yeah, is it like $70 or something? I did see that. I thought it would be nice. I might even have put it on my... Is it on my throne list? I think I put it on my throne list. Yes, there it is. Oh, there it was. Where did it go? Here it is. Game Boy Lego. Yeah, I put it on as a crowdfunding one. Yeah, if you can't tell, I do like Pac-Man. So there's an arcade Lego set there. And there's the actual arcade game there. And yeah, all kinds of stuff. Anything that's silly money, I kind of put as crowdfund thing. Things that are cheaper on the list, I just had as a one-off purchase. But yeah. Captain Anosa shouting me out. What is what? Captain Anosa must have gone live. We had the captain in here earlier. We did have the captain here yesterday, and we played Captain Anosa's game jam game that he created with 3 other peeps. So let's return the favor.
Gotta be able to grab it by name or something. I support this goal.
There's the captain.
I'm with this. That's what I'm talking about.
With a chickie in the background. I see a chickie.
It's up to you now. You just gotta give me followers. You gotta just lurk there. I'm gonna reach my goal. And when I get it, it'll taste so spicy. So
What a coincidence. It'll taste so spicy. We just saw lots of things that'll taste so spicy that I may be subjected to next week. So, yeah, a lot of segues today. Okay, so the NIB 45 on Marketplace is a good deal. New inbox. Things you put on your throne. I mean, some of the things were suggested. Adam, always a pleasure. Big Gam bro fist bump. I mean, that just says it all, really, doesn't it? It's the perfect ending to a TTS message. I hope the volleyball game goes well. I hope she wins, and you need to let us know the result. Hopefully, it's a good result. Silly money, you mean funny bits. Barty, thank you for giving me a 69. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's actually one of the things that I'm working on. Is the bits menu. I've discussed it a couple of times in stream. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe that'll be one of the things we can have on the agenda for next week. That's a lot of balls, buddy. That's a lot of balls. Yeah, Buddy likes to go into streams and explode. Too slow. Yeah. Yeah. So multi-ball. I think it's capped at 500 or something. Choing. Yeah. So anybody can multi-ball. You just put multi-ball in chat and then a number up to 500. You can actually see your avatar. I should probably make a bit more of that, shouldn't I? Although I guess people see it when bits get thrown in my face. Barrett. Yeah. So, okay. Thank you for that follow. It's appreciated. And speaking of follows, next week, a 1,000 follower celebration stream with lots of fun shenanigans. Be there or be some object shape. I don't know. K Macback. Thank you for that follow. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Party exploding all over the stream today. Multi-ball 1. I saw you in there. I saw your little sneak in there. Yeah. I don't think I missed that, Freshie. I will be a toroid then. Thank you. A toroid? I don't know what that is, Barty, but thanks for being one. We're all right. How we do? We're doing all right today, K-Mac. Yeah. Just a sandbox Saturday is pretty much anything goes. It's not as rigid an agenda as it is during the week. We just spent a couple of weeks. Oh, TD, thanks for that. We just spent a couple of weeks working on the Irish John Games Jern Jam. These are all the submissions. There was 43 entries, which is a record number for Irish John Games. This was the particular game in particular I submitted, Flutter Blocks, which is kind of a bowling block match 3 type game. So, yeah, just kind of coming down off the jam mountain, if you will. Ella, we have the lovely Ella in the house. How are you doing, Ella? Nice to see you. Are you having a good weekend so far, Ella? Do you have any fun plans? Doing any retail therapy? Any family time? A donut? I've never... Toroid is a donut. Are you talking about a Taurus? Have I been saying it wrong all these years, buddy? Or is that the plural version of a Taurus? Nice, getting it done. Yeah, get her done. Are there any more game jams coming up? I mean, game jams are coming up all the time. You go to... When you do itch game jams, if you're talking about for me personally, then no. Scream Jam. How did I end up at the Scream Jam? I didn't want to go to the Scream Jam. Okay, so they have this lovely little page on itch.io, which is where most game jams are hosted. And yeah, as you can see, there's always jams going on somewhere. So if you're looking for, if you have an idea in your head, like, you know what, I'd really like to do a 2D 80s retro video game for a game jam, then you can actually come down here and have a look. Have a look at the jams that are currently running. Look, there's a Canadian jam. A couple of people in chat today that could join that. Artsy game jam. Halloween game jam. So if you've got a Halloween asset that you particularly wanted to try using, So you can actually join in with these jams. There's a whole bunch of them. Look, why so many going on? Visual novel for beginner, if you want to do a visual novel game but hadn't done one before. That can only mean one thing. JD Does Dev is in the house. How are you doing, JD? Welcome on in. A torus is a type of toroid. You see, I'm learning stuff today. Thank you, buddy. Always an edumacation. Yeah, so no more game jams for me for a while. I did the Cinti Studios jam earlier in the year, where I did a rock, paper, scissors game Western style, because the theme was a world without, so I did a world without guns. And then we just had I did the holistic 3D game jam after that, where I did Zombie Takedown, which was a zombie shooter racing game. And then this one, Irish John Games Journ Jam, that he co-hosted with Science Streams. And to be honest, I'm all jammed out. I pretty much have an unwritten rule that I don't do any more than 3 jams in a year. And so I've met my quota. And we've still got a few months left of the year, I know, but I'm jammed out. I think I'm done for now. So yeah, until we hit 2026, I think my jamming days are over. So that should give us more time to focus on the main project I'm working on, Rescue Ball. I prefer a Canadian jelly to a jam. See what you did there, JD? I saw it. I'm in the basement, close enough. All right. I'm jammed out as well. Yeah. So me and Freshie, we're flaked out going, no more jam. Just like overflowing with jam. That sounds a bit wrong, but canoe beat 2. Whatever you say, JD. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So, yeah, we did the jam. We'll close out the jam window for now. We talked about the Unity sale. That's done and dusted. We can close out those. We haven't touched on this offer today, which, if you're an indie game dev, there is Captain Crab's offer. He's been in the industry for 16 years, creating trailers for games such as Star Wars, The Old Republic, Elder Scrolls Online. You might have heard of these, tiny, not very well-known games. Lies of P, Layers of Fear 2. And if we scroll down, look, he did all these trailers. Marvel Heroes, Arcane Showdown, and has an offer on at the moment. If you don't want to pay tens of thousands of dollars, if you don't even want to pay thousands of dollars, you could just pay a few $100s and get a professional-made trailer. Look, 2 deals. You can either give Captain Crabs the game footage and say, put this into an award-winning trailer for me, or you can do the second tier and say, okay, I'm not really very good at capturing the game footage. I'll give you the game, and if you can actually get the footage as well, that would be great, and just do the whole thing. Here you go. Just do it for me. That'd be great. And yeah, that's an option too. That's practically free. You would be a fool not to do it. I mean, when we were pushing it yesterday, Smikes, Clayman, especially with Clayman's new fancy pants job, TD, you just love that iOS one, don't you? You just keep saying, okay, I'm going to put this redemption on cooldown for the calendar switch because I want the iOS one to be in place for the whole stream. Rigged. That's the thing, though. It's on a randomizer. Yeah. Don't tell JD, but also the fake disconnect is on a randomizer now. Shh, it'll be our secret. Okay. Dang, that's cool. There are some big games. Yeah, some fantastic IPs. I mean, if you can say to somebody, oh, yeah, I'll do trailers, and then you're like, yeah, but what games have you done trailers for? You might not have heard of them. Elder Scrolls, Lies of P, Star Wars. I don't know if you've heard of these IPs. They're not that popular, but Marvel, Arcane. Yeah. I mean, I just really hope that this offer is still going when I need a trailer for Rescue Ball, because I would probably take the first tier. I'd probably say, okay, here's the footage I want in the trailer, rather than say, here's my game, create the footage. But I don't know, because I've never created like professional trailers. So, maybe the answer is to say, I've been working on this game for so long, I might not appreciate the jaw-dropping moments or the times in the game when you can record sections that are going to draw the most people in and look the best. So maybe the $500 would be the way to go. Just say, here's my game, please, if you could, just give me a fantastic trailer. So, a randomizer, huh? Weighted randomizer. It's not weighted at all. No, it's fitty, which is why I'm not wasting my points. I know JD really is saving up for VIP. That's what's going on here. So, even I have heard of Star Wars, and if Yogurt's heard of it, yeah, no idea how he isn't employed. I mean, he's between jobs at the moment. He got laid off from his last position, so he wasn't fired or anything. It wasn't like, oh no, he did something bad. Yeah, they were just making cutbacks, and what is going on? We got hit by a Captain Anosa raid.
Did you see that? It's awesome. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
That is a complete game right there. That's huge.
Captain Anosa, welcome on in.
That's cool.
Thank you for the raid.
All
What were you getting up to in stream today? We did actually have Captain Anosa's the pleasure of Captain Anosa's company yesterday while we played the Jern Jam game. It's a fantastic game. I was running around getting beehives and honeycombs and making mead and doing all kinds of stuff and having a great time. And it's actually one of the best games that I've played in the jam so far. And I've played a few, so I'm just going to say that clip is from my Learn You a Game Jam entry. Oh, a different jam. And I see there we have an emote from Captain Coda. So was it in fact a Captain Coda jam? Possibly? Maybe? Just Jane, welcome on in. P. Gawley, always a pleasure. I mean, always a chore, never a pleasure. No, wait, I always get that the wrong way around. How you doing, my fave Gawley? Good to see everybody. So what were you doing today? I'm sure you weren't jamming, were you? Possibly, maybe. Yes, Captain Coda hosted Learn You a Game Jam along with a few others. I learned so much. He actually does a few jams, doesn't he? I love that he's one of those outreach people. He's a teacher. He shows you code and stuff, but tells you what he's doing, tells you why he's doing it, and he's happy to answer any questions. The thing is with Captain Coda, I know he's resisting, but I wish he would go affiliate so we can do all the fun stuff on his stream, because I feel like a lot of the things he does would translate well into redemptions, like when he has all the hats stacked up and stuff. Yeah, Captain Coda, always a fun stream. But you know who's an even more fun stream? Captain Anosa. So after we saw that clip, you should have seen a link at the top of chat with a tiny little heart. But if you missed it, you can always click on Captain Anosa's name, okay? And I mean, when I click on it, I can see there's a little heart already filled in because I'm already following. But if you don't have that, just go ahead and click on follow, and yeah, you can do the thing. So let's see. Today I was playing a few Jern Jam games, trying to do my part with the ratings. It's a struggle, right? It's not just me. There's 43 games. There's 27 of those games that are browser games, which makes it easier to play them. But I'm not going to lie. There's no way I'm going to get through 43 games in the time we have for voting. I know that some people have. I know that some people have pretty much said, right, I'm in the zone. I'm going to play. I'm going to rate. I'm going to comment on all these games. I just don't have the bandwidth for that. I've played a few on stream. I've played a few off stream. I've rated the ones that I've played, and some I've left comments for. But it really is a challenge to get that in. But what am I up to today? Well, Sandbox Saturdays, and this might be the last one because my schedule's changing, but Sandbox Saturdays typically are pretty much anything goes. We just finished talking about this offer from Captain Krabs, who is a 16-year veteran and is has a current offer on at the moment since his between jobs. And for $300, he's going to give you a full trailer, edited, motion graphics included, licensing for the music track if needed, and your trailer will last 30 to 60 seconds. $300. These things normally cost thousands, if not tens of thousands. And also $500 if you want him to create the game capture for you. We need to do some things on stream today. For those people that aren't aware, and some of those people that just joined us might not be, next week, from October the 6th through October the 10th, so Monday through Friday, we're going to be doing lots of weird, fun, interesting things on stream, as you can see there, starting at 10 a.m. Central Time every day. And building Lego, PS2 playthroughs, setting up signs for redemptions. There's going to be 35% off gift sub packs every day. We're going to work on a new redemption, which may or may not involve me being lifted up and down on screen, elevator styley, possibly. We have the Burning Ring of Fire. Captain Anosa, if you haven't seen the Burning Ring of Fire yet, this is what it looks like. And next week, I may be eating one or two hot things on stream.
Okay. David, we've talked about this. No more squishing.
Okay. Thank you, David. Yes, so if you want to see my Burning Ring of Fire, here we go. We'll pause the music. We'll press the magic Stream Deck button. There it is. Yeah, fire all next week. My mouth is probably going to be on fire. So, for every sub, every gift sub, for every collective, cumulative 1,000 bits, I'm going to be eating something hot, and we get to spin the wheel and see which particular hot thing in particular I'm going to be setting my mouth on fire with. And I did even manage to find, once the outline's finished, a snap cam filter that I can turn on when we're spinning the Ring of Fire. And so I'll just be talking like this, and you'll be like, okay, so put that thing in your mouth. How hot was it? And I'll be like, ah, very hot. So, yes, lots of fun shenanigans. So, it should be an interesting week. That looks painful. Probably will be. As somebody that doesn't really have anything that's hot, I mean, my favourite crisp or chip flavour is salt and vinegar, and sometimes I think they're a bit spicy. So, we'll see. It'll be something anyway. I can guarantee that. Will there be a hot scale? Perhaps a thermometer after you eat it? Possibly. Maybe that's something we could add. Sorry, buddy. Crab meat made an appearance and took all your rings away. So you didn't, in fact, win on this particular occasion, but thanks for playing. So a hot scale with a thermometer. I think there might be a problem with that depending how in quick succession I have to have these things, there may still be residue, there might still be residual heat from what I had previously. So things might build up and seem hotter than they are, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he also took away the rings under my eyes. Wait, what? yeah, so I'm just going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back in 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Time me, and then we'll continue the chit chatting. I'll be right back. Now, if my alerts on my phone are correct, it tells me, in fact... Oh, hang on. Did not mean to do that. It tells me that JD Does Dev, not very long ago, went live. And I don't think we've shouted out JD yet. I think we shouted out everybody else in chat. I don't think we shouted out JD. So let's get a clipperoonie, JD.
That's why it looks away. But I'm trying to plan out my paths, which is why we've got the lines trailing me. And I'm going to call this Tutorial Cave. Just finished up with
Tutorial Cave. All right, so yeah, we have the flaming dragon, fire-breathing dragon. That what I thought was maybe we need to set up a shortcut key for it, and then I'm running out of Stream Deck buttons. I might have to set up another screen of buttons that I can flip between, or I might need to take out some of the buttons that are already on there. Like, do I really need a button that does this anymore? So I had that button so we could show it off when Eminem recorded that for me. But now we just have it automatically play when we get a raid in. I'm not sure I need a button for that anymore. So we can probably lose that button. If we get rid of Eminem. I also have two separate buttons for drum roll and badumtus. So, you know, if somebody comes in and they make a joke in chat, and then I can do something like that, we get the badumtus and then crickets, and it pauses the music. I'll keep that, but also I have drum roll on here. And I don't really find that I use drum roll very much. So, you know, if someone comes into chat and they're like, hey, I've got an announcement, guess what? And I'm like, oh, an announcement. And then we have a drum roll, but I don't know if I need a button for that anymore, really. Is this the right time to mention that I had the start of a jam game, but then work was just too much? There's never a wrong time to talk about games on a game dev stream, Barty. So tell us, please, about said game. What was the idea you had? And I, too, have shared your frustration where I've joined jams before and had to drop out for reasons. So, yeah, I totally get it. Oh, I get that, but I just need to know. You said I had the start of a jam game, so tell us, spill the tea. What was the jam game you had? Party people need to know. Well, it was on the theme man versus nature, quite on point. Literally a game about deforestation. All right. Tell me more, or was that as far as you got? The devil's in the detail, even if you had the start of a jam game. And then while you're about to tell us that, I'm going to set up a shortcut key for the dragon, the fire-breathing dragon. Let's have a look. What about we do Control, Alt, Shift, D for dragon? Let's try that. If we save that, and then let's have a look. On the Stream Deck, we need to be able to do a shortcut key. We have shortcut keys for anything else at the moment. Not sure we do. Let's have a look. Website, hotkey switch, hotkey. Would it be considered a hotkey? Activate a key command. Try that. Okay, that might work. Let's give it a try. Oh! Okay, that worked. That was pretty easy. What are we going to call the title for it? Fire breath. Fire breath, and we're going to make it in the center of the button, and then we need to actually get rid of the text that's behind it. What's the plus do? Icon library. Okay, that'll work. I got so far as to import loads of Cinti assets, playing around with layers and stuff. I might still finish it one day. I first thought to make it third person, where the player chops down trees, but that wasn't feeling nice. Spent loads of time with the controllers I have in the assets. It's also nice to get that new project feeling, right? Especially when you have a long-term project, to actually just fire up Unity, have a brand new project, and then just start playing around. That's the kind of buzz that I like. And I like to get that buzz on a regular basis. So that's partly why I enjoy doing jams. But I too had a similar idea, not about deforestation as such, but a lumberjack game where I had a lumberjack character that had the axe. And I thought, maybe something like a simple, this was more a mobile title where you'd like press left and right and just swing the axe. Almost maybe probably similar to an endless runner type thing where he's going through the forest and trees appear on different sides and he chops the trees down. But obviously if he gets to a tree and hang on a minute, I've just got to take this call. Alrighty. Not really. I made the mistake of first trying it in URP, but then, of course, had to convert all the material. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the jam game that I did was a URP project, mostly because I know that URP projects look nicer out of the box. And I don't do great with lighting and post-processing and all that stuff. So, yeah, I had some post-processing profiles and the URP standard lighting out of the box, and I don't think it ended up looking terrible. It probably could have been tweaked some more, absolutely, if I had longer to work on it. But yeah, mostly I don't do URP, mostly I do built-in. But yes, apparently I was talking trash. That was Firefighter Gamey just saying that they're at a farmer's market and did we want to head on over there and check it out. So now you're up to speed. Yeah, I then recreated the project and imported it all again. Yeah, and then work got in the way and you're like, can't do this anymore. Sorry, I'm out. But you know what? Hopefully you had fun trying at least. All right, so now I have a button on my Steam Deck that says Fire Breath that should enable and disable Burning Ring of Fire. Okay, that works. That's ready for next week. Pretty much, sadly, yeah. Would have been funny as Ferret to see Jern's reaction. Yeah, I don't think he's played any games on stream yet, has he? I don't know what the plan is. I don't know when he's doing his presentation stream. I don't know if he's just going to play them off stream. I know he played a lot of them on stream last year, and he even he was quite organised. He had okay, these are the 4 or 5 I'm going to be playing this stream. So that if people wanted to tune in and see their game being played and possibly offer some suggestions, then that was an option. I think he said he does it after the voting period. Oh, okay. Because in my head, there was going to be the voting period, and then there was going to be the presentation stream. But maybe at the end of that, that's when he starts doing the streams where he does play them. I don't know. I'm Joey, as they say in Friends. I think he said next Saturday. Now, next Saturday when he starts playing the games on stream, or next Saturday when he does the presentation of the awards and stuff? Because there may or may not be things going on offline that I'm not aware of. Or the next Saturday after that, but definitely a Saturday. All right. This song's a bit of a bop, isn't it? This is the kind of song that I usually hear when I tune into somebody like Nye Beats, who recently became one of Twitch's newest ambassadors. Hey, look, Captain Crab's in the house. We were talking about Captain Crab's offer earlier, weren't we? In case anybody wants to get themselves a fancy pants trailer. He said he wanted to play them. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe there's not an official date yet for the presentation. But what are we 6 days from now? Yeah, so probably this Saturday, not this Saturday, probably Saturday next is when he's going to start streaming, playing them on stream. Might have to slide into Captain Crab's DMs. All right, Lizzo Dacky, you do that. Oh, Nye got ambassador. Yeah. Nye did, Danny did. I'm trying to think who else we know. Yeah, I think that's probably the end of the people that I knew. I mean, Balint seems to know everybody, so he probably knew who they all were. It's funny because I think it might have been leaked about Nye before it was announced. Because I said to Balint, oh, that's good that Nye got ambassador. And he's like, did she? I'm like, oops, maybe, possibly, potentially. And then she made a post on Twitter or X about it. Oh, speaking of which, I tried sliding into your DMs on Discord, but we're not friends. Ella, let me tell you, Ella. Shall I? Let me tell you how things went with Ella, okay? So Ella sent me a friend request. I accepted the friend request. I sent a waving character to Ella, and I said, "Hey, Ella," and you know what? She ghosted me. I mean, how rude, right? Ghosted, I tell you. Ghosted. I'm like, I want to send you a sticker, Ella. You've chosen the sticker. You won the sticker. You deserve the sticker. I want to send you in the mail the sticker. All I need is your details. But Ella's like, forget about it. No, I'm not doing it. And now claims not to be friends. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I feel personally violated, to be honest, if I'm going to be honest with you. You know? Just saying. How rude. I mean, you know. I'm even going to type in now, hello again, just so I can send it through, or maybe it'll light up a badge next to my name or something. Unless, you know, we're not friends, in which case I'd just cry in the corner. Yeah. Okay. Ban me. I would never do such a thing, Ella. Never. Okay, so now we have a button on the Stream Deck for spin wheel. We now have a button on the Stream Deck for fire breath, so I can be a fire-breathing dragon when I eat the things. Now, one thing that Code with TD assisted with yesterday, on TD's stream, he has a counter. Now, TD does the Bean Boozled thing, and every time he gets 200 bits on his stream, he eats a Bean Boozled, which means it'll either be a quite delicious jelly bean, or it'll taste like something like earwax or grass cuttings or something equally as disgusting. And in my head, I always thought that there was a bar that showed how much of the bar was filled and how close to the 200 beans or bits he was. But he said he never had such a bar. He just had a text field. So I said, well, give me what you got. So he gave me the streamer bot stuff that he had. I tweaked it and changed some bits, and I've been working on a bar as well as text. And so next week, at the bottom of the screen, you probably won't see the subscription goal bar. You probably won't see the music UI right there. I'll probably take away those two things, and it'll probably have bars like number of bits to next spin of the wheel or something. And it's a collective 1,000 bits that gets me to eat it. Or one sub or one gift sub will also work. But it's a collective 1,000 bits. So if someone comes in, if 10 people come in and throw 100 bits each, then that'll ring the bell, so to speak. Remember the old fairground thing where you bring down the hammer and ring the bell? Ooh, those are horrid. Yeah, some are horrid, some are quite nice, but I'm not really a big jelly bean fan anyway. Mrs. Gamey loves the jelly bellies, jelly beans. I recall some of the old flavours. Hang on a minute. Firefighter Gamey again. One moment.
Hello, my name is Jit Ramey, apparently. Not my real name. Jit Ramey, never heard of him. Good, because he's in witness protection, so you shouldn't have heard of him or be able to find him. Yeah, so I guess when you couldn't squash my head as the elephant, you decided to just go witless protection instead. Jit Ramey, I don't know if you've heard of me, Bruce. Yeah. So, anyway, which messages have I missed? I feel like I've missed some messages. Let me scroll back a little bit. Okay. Danny slipped up a few months ago to...
I recall some of the old flavours included skunk. Ooh. Somebody that drove past a skunk yesterday wasn't very alive. Skunks that smell horrible. However, I was the strange one that liked the grass one. I don't think I ever had them, to be honest. He's lucky he didn't get in big trouble. Pretty sure they signed an NDA. It was like a split-second comment and a smirk during one of his dig streams, so I doubt anyone noticed, but I sure did. Yeah, so I heard something about that. He mentioned something months ago, wasn't it? Weeks ago, if not months ago. Yeah, I think Berlin was the only one taking that ambassador NDA seriously. Yeah. So I wonder how long it is from when they tell you that you're going to be an ambassador to you being allowed to announce it. Because I'm guessing something changes on stream, right? So that people would be aware. Us mods didn't even know. Yeah. I'm curious about the whole process, but it's not a process I will ever go through, so you know. Berlin can keep a secret. I hope so, because I've told him a few things. I hope he's not a blabbermouth. I have some guesses at least a few months before they announce it. Yeah, I mean, my long-term goal is to, at some point, allegedly try and get partner, but I have no aspirations to to get ambassador. And not just because, you know, I'm not ambitious, just because I think there's more expectations that come with ambassador, and I'm just not sure that I would have the bandwidth to be able to do that. I mean, getting partner is great. Getting partner gives you a bigger cut of the money, a bigger split. But I don't know if I have, like, you know, Berlin has all the time in the world. I don't know if I have the time that Berlin spends on his ambassador stuff to get involved in that kind of thing. That's never going to be a thing, Dukasoft, but welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. And last year, you could kind of tell by Berlin's hair in the ambassador video versus what he looked like on stream when they announced. By his hair? What? Audi Duca partner. Yeah. We all know. We all know what a big tease Dukasoft is. That's why he has his own command. What? Tubbiest of crumbles, Tubby crumbles, GG, again Tubby. I know, Tubby's really taken this VIP for a year seriously. I think maybe that's the 4th redemption that Tubby Crumbles has made. So GG Tubby. It automatically gives you the diamond icon, but GG's, Tubby. Good to see you. Yes, that is in fact the 4th time that Tubby Crumbles has redeemed said redemption. So, you know, there's like, hey, this person's VIP, but Tubby is like, VIP, 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 VIP. He's like on the top floor of the VIP building at the moment. So, thank you. Appreciate that redemption. Do I need some more higher priced redemptions? I don't know. Let's have a look. If we scroll down, because at the moment we have 1,000 play chat ragdoll racing, but they're nothing until the 100,000 for VIP. So if anybody has any suggestions about what could go between the 1,000 chat ragdoll racing and the 100,000 VIP, let me know. 40,000 more until I get VIP. Please don't raise the points on that. That's one of the things, Yoga. I don't do that. I know some people do that, but even some people that do that have said they're going to stop doing that, including Belint, because he used to bump it up, and I know Irish John bumps it up on his stream. And maybe I might have a different viewpoint when I start running out of VIP slots, possibly. And then I might need to start saying, okay, well, this person is VIP, but they never show up, so maybe we can remove that status. This person did redeem VIP, but it was redeemed over a year ago, and it's supposed to be for a year, so we can take that off. So I hope I don't get to the stage where I don't have any slots left, but I can see why people put the price up if, you know, they have it redeemed quite often. 10k, force Bit Gamey to play Code with TD's jam game for an hour. You know how you can really go off some people sometimes? I thought Tubby liked me. Tubby saw the frustration I went through yesterday playing Code with TD's amazing Act of God jam game. I got very frustrated. I kept falling off platforms. I got drowned in the water. And a fun time was had by all, including me, if I'm honest. I mean, I did enjoy it. So, yeah. What did I call them? What? Every time I feel like I get close in Jern, someone else gets it and raises the price. See, that's the thing as well. That's why I don't like doing it, because you feel like you're chasing a moving target. I don't personally like that thing. Live stream estate sales. Yeah. I don't know if anybody would be interested in that apart from me and you, Smikes. Yeah. So yeah, I won't be raising the points. Calendar switch working as intended. Oh, it's Android again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would be so interested. I don't know how. I guess there might be people that do that. I don't think I've ever seen it on Twitch, but I don't know how comfortable people would be with me going up and like holding my phone while I'm picking up things that I might possibly buy. And yeah, I know Berlin does a lot of IRL streams, and especially with the rest of his family, the Science Stream team. Yeah, I don't know. That would need a lot of forethought. And also, of course, there's not sales on every weekend, so if somebody did redeem it, then it would have to be a... Well, I can't necessarily guarantee it'll be this weekend, but at some point. Don't remove the pleasure of the repeat. What? Pleasure of the repeat. It was the funniest thing seen on Twitch. I mean... I guess it depends how much you've seen on Twitch. I guess that's a relative thing, but yeah. I enjoyed playing it. I'm not sure how much I enjoyed the palpitations, but yeah, it was a good game. You could have a redeem to rename a variable in your code when you're doing coding again. See, that's already been done, though. Yeah. Have you been to Tyndall's stream lately? He has it where you can duker a variable, I think, the redeem is. And, yeah, that's the same kind of thing. There's code. So rude. So rude. Shh. We're busy looking at birds. Why would we be doing any coding? Especially on a Saturday when it's Sandbox Saturday. Yeah. I mean, there is code. There was code I was working on last night, but it's code to do the stream stuff, like the bits counter bar. So when the bird cam goes away, we're going to flip over to another scene, and I'm going to enable a couple of things, and then flip back to this scene so that we can test it. All right, so I'll be right back to this scene in a moment. Things might go a little bit dark, but I will be back. Can you? I think you can hear me on this scene, right? You can't see me, obviously, but I'm guessing you can hear me because when I'm talking, I can see the Mic New Blue Yeti soundbar in the audio mixer going up. Nope, totally muted. Ah, man. Why is everybody doing the redemptions on this scene? What are you doing to me, people? Thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. Okay, so on this scene, this is my effects scene where certain things happen on the stream, and I go to do my bits. I guess we're not talking. How do you fix a damaged jack-o'-lantern? You use a pumpkin patch. Okay. You lose, buddy. You lose. Lose all your points if you keep redeeming stuff. Bardi has some points to blow through, clearly. How does the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Still Android. I know, Smikes. Yeah, that's the joy of a randomizer, though. I can't actually. I mean, I can go into StreamerBot and just force particular things to run. But yeah, that kind of defeats the object of a randomizer. But yes, we're on Android for now. I apologise to those Apple fanboys. Prefer it to have the iOS look. And I'm going to stop talking trash now and be dumped in the recycle bin. So big thanks to Bardi for the redemption and sending me a message. Thanks for that, Bardi. So anyway, this is the bar. This is the green at the moment. I'm not sure if it'll stay green or not. Maybe we need red if it's going to be the bar to reach for hot things. And the plan is, when somebody cheers next week, when somebody throws bits, the bar should increase, like so. No, this is going up in increments of 42 at the moment. Why 42? Because that's what the creator, Nate, decided that the test trigger for bits or cheers would add. So, a green bar, you say? Bardi, thanks for the Gigantify. Look at that. Isn't it annoying that even painted green, Bardi has that level of handsomeness, right? It's just frustrating for the rest of us. Maybe I need to paint my face green. Maybe not. Anyway, it goes up in increments of... Wait, what? Dukesoft, thank you for the 2 biddies. I'm actually just running test cheers at the moment to test the bar. So, yeah, as you can see, the green moving up. It's moving up 42 at a time. And when it gets to the end, it should loop around and it should send a message to chat, I believe. Yeah, I think it's going to take a while if I keep trying to do it in 42s. Maybe. We're getting there. All right. So when we finally get to the end and I run the last test, which say there's not 42 bits left there, then we should get Oh, look, it's probably like a little bit from the end. So one more time. So if we got right to the end like this, and then it was supposed to get to 1,000, then when somebody else cheers again, ramp it up to 69. And then somebody did it again, it would send a message to chat that says the progress bar looped around. It's not going to say that. It's going to say something like, okay, time to spin the wheel of fire. Burn, burn, burn. Okay, so that's the bar that we're going to be using for that. The big number in the middle of the screen is going to be an indication of how many bits are on the bar. So, time to hurt big gamers. I feel like there may be one or two clip-worthy moments next week. I don't know why I think that. I just think the potential for clipping stuff. I feel like after every stream, I'm going to have to go through all my clips and be like, no, nobody clipped that, surely. I can't believe Bardaki clipped that. Why did Dukasoft clip that and not tell me? Yeah. And of course, there may be one or two clips from Berlin, because he does like it. What is this music? Thank you. Yes, so the bar is working. I need to update that message. What did the message say? The progress bar looped around. I don't want it to say that. I want it to say something like woo-hoo. $1,000 bits were reached. Let's spin that wheel. Okay. And then we will compile, save and compile. Okay, so that's ready. What we need to do though is that counter. That counter also needs to be updated. So let me have a quick look in the code. So there's a percent bits gets pulled from blah, blah, blah. Bits there. So let me just try this. If we do a send message to channel, will it, in fact, if I put percent bits percent, will it send percent bits percent, or will it send the amount of bits we had as a test? Let's give it a try. Yeah, okay. That's good. So we have percent bits percent. So what we need to do is we need to calculate how many bits are already there. And then we need to add the new amount of cheer bits onto it. Giggles, oh Lord. Days ago, Dukesoft. Don't need to keep talking about Bardi's little knob. But thank you. Well, Bardi appreciates that. But yes, definitely out of context clips are the bestest, right? So we have the bar working. We now need to make the text field update and represent the number that is on the bar. So what's probably better, rather than saying, well, let's see how many bits are already on the number and then add the next number, we can calculate it from where the bar is at. Buddy. You still have a laugh trigger? Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to look in the code And in the code, oh, bless you. In the code, we actually know. So in the code, we take the number of bits. So int new right bits max width. Okay, so starts off at 1000. So really, we want to have a value which is so we calculate new right there. Coffee and eggs are ready. I'll be lurking. All right, Camlanosa. Thanks again for the raid. Good to see you. Appreciate the lurk. And enjoy your coffee and eggs. I don't eat eggs. I would drink the coffee though. Okay. I think what we can do at this point, we know how many bits get cheered. Current right of bits equals 0, bits equals blah blah blah. Get current filter settings. New right equals that percent max width. So what we need is a send message in here. And in here, we're actually going to send the message. We'll send it as the bot. And we're going to send whatever new right currently is. I'm guessing it's going to be a humongous number because I think that this is going to represent the black side of the bar and not the green side. If we do new right dot toString, see if that works. Compile, save and compile. All right, so if we run it now and we disable that send message there and we do this, what do we see in chat? 879. So it is in fact the black portion of the bar. So that number we need to send to chat needs to not in fact be the 879. It needs to be 1000 minus 879, and that'll tell us where we are. So if we come down here a bit, where's the send message? There it is. Okay. So if we do a new I'm going to call it bits so far, and we want it to be 1000. Hang on a moment, another call. Funny story, I never actually get any calls when I'm not streaming. Why do all the calls come in when I'm streaming? had 2 calls from Firefighter Gamey. That was a call from my mother-in-law. Yeah. Anybody else want to call? Call now. Wait. Call in the next 10 minutes, and I could still be streaming. So, yeah. That command is currently on cooldown for 153 seconds. I love this bot. Why do you love the bot? Because it doesn't let you... Because it puts things on cooldown, Dukasoft. Yeah, subscribers only. It's like, why do your kids ignore you until you start watching a movie? Exactly. Yeah, yeah. And also, the animals have even latched onto this now. You start watching a movie, they come up and start nudging their head on your legs because they want some fuss, and you're like, couldn't have done this when I was just sat here, you know, having a cup of tea earlier. You had to swing by when I'm trying to watch this movie and keep nudging my leg. Yeah. You know, is what it is, right? Anyway, I feel like I've missed some chat. Let me have a look. Who's trying to squish me now?
Birdie, stop with the squishins. No, I don't want to be squished, especially since it does this to my voice.
Ah! Got it. All right. So coffee and eggs. Yep, I'm going to go around to Captain Anosa's, have some coffee. Not the eggs, though. Thank you very much. That command is for subscribers only. Why would it? That's Twitch for you. I'll take it. Yes, works for me. What the? How rude. What? Why the? That command is on cooldown. So you tried your bestest to use the SR command. It said it was for subscribers only. So this is what I find interesting, Dukasoft. I don't know how it looks in chat for you, but when you made that request, it doesn't show me any icons next to your name. It doesn't show me the mod sword. It doesn't show me the first founder badge. It doesn't show me the 10 gift subs badge that you have. Same for me. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what happened there. For that one message, because the messages before it and the messages after it are fine. It happens occasionally on Twitch. I've never seen that. I've never seen all the badges disappear just for one message. That is crazy. But, yes, all I can do is apologise on Twitch's behalf. Clearly, Mr. Bezos needs to spend more money on Twitch and less money on sending pop singers into space. Okay, rant over. Okay. Speaking of animals, yeah, squash me with an elephant. Same for me. It happens occasionally on Twitch. I've seen it a few times already. Makes me shake my head even more. Or give the old, like, Mr. Fredrickson fist shake. Whoa. Something like that. Sacrilege, exactly. Bruce knows what it's about. How you doing, Bruce? Welcome on in. I feel really that my body has been decaffeinated enough. I feel like I need a coffee to top things up. So I'm going to head into the kitchen and not microwave coffee, especially if Clayman's lurking. I'm going to make one from fresh. So based on that, I'm going to say that, yeah, I'm probably going to be 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Okay. It's like a superpower I have where I can tell exactly how long in seconds I'm going to be. It's going to take me to do things, and I'm going to be on the BRB screen. If they don't get exposed to the emptiness of space, how else do you expect the pop singers to pop? Yes, and some people wish some of them would pop, or, as the command we saw earlier, explode. Yeah, anyway. BRB with a hot steaming coffee. Here it is. Steaming. Can you see the steam? I don't know if you can see the steam. There we go. Yeah, look. Steaming hot cup of coffee. All right. You know who else has a steaming hot cup of coffee sometimes? Steve's very own. Yeah. Steve actually has like a coffee Sunday morning coffee stream where you can actually swing by and have a chit chat and just shoot the breeze. Yeah, quite relaxing. I think you might enjoy it. You're not already following Steve. Why does it keep doing that? Every time I type in ST, it goes, oh, you want to shout out stream elements? No, why would I want to shout out a bot? Steve's very own. That's what I was trying to shout out. There we go. There's some fun streamer bot stuff going on. There's GeoGuessr on some of the streams.
Again, only off by 5 kilometers.
Oof. It's pretty good. If you don't know what GeoGuessr is, Steve's the person to educate you. So, yeah, drop him a follow. Make sure your notifications are enabled. And then you'll be able to see, because he changes the stream category, you'll see when he does a GeoGuessr stream. Alrighty, so what we're trying to do now is make this number do the thing and be the right number. So if I have an integer called bits so far, and we say that it equals 1000 minus new right, I think, and then if we send the message bits so far, let's see if that works. Bits so far dot toString, we compile. What do you mean? Where am I missing something? 3240. Oh, somehow had a stray bracket going there. All right, compile, save and compile. Now let's try it, and it should tell us how many bits are on that bar. 163. And if we try it again, 205, because it's incrementing in 42s. Let me try it one more time and see if I actually see the bar move. Yes! Okay. Excellent. So now we know, now we can tell how many bits are currently registered on the bar, and we need to update the text to indicate how many. So let me just flip back to the effects scene for a moment. All right, and I don't think Fresh is with us now. I think finally we can do the Arbiter rows. Okay, wait, let's play it before Freshy comes back. Okay. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to tell StreamerBot, hey, this text field, we need to put this number into it. So that should be relatively straightforward. So in the code, we send a message now for bit. The more I take these headphones off, the more tangled this cable gets. I'm really going to have to untangle it before Monday's stream. Otherwise, I'm just going to have a bunch of spaghetti sat on my back. Okay. So we have the number. We've stored it in a variable called bits so far. I think we need to put it into... we need to set an argument for it. But what we can do is... we can take this send message here and put it here, and inside it we can put that. See whether it works or not. Let's enable. Let's run it and let's see what we get sent to chat. It'll either be the correct number or it'll be the variable name. Either works. I mean, it doesn't. Sooner it'll be the number. But if it's the variable name, we can fix it. Variable name. Wait, number and variable name. Oh, because we're still sending it in the code. Okay. If we go in the code and then we take out the send message for it. Okay, and then what we need to do is at the end of here, we need to have a cph.set argument, and we need a string and a variable name. So we're going to call it bits so far. And then it's going to be, the variable name is bits so far. All right, is that going to work? Oh, successfully. Save and compile. So if we try it again, hopefully we'll just get one message to chat and it'll be the number of bits. Yes! Okay. So now we have it stored in the variable correctly. We'll turn off the Twitch message to chat. And now we can do a sub action where we change the code. So add. And we're adding in OBS. And it's going to be... Actually, I keep forgetting there's a search box in the new streamer bot, which is such a godsend. Okay, there it is. Text we're going to do is that, and then a / and then 1000. Connection is default. Scene is going to be effects. Okay, and then the source is going to be, what do we call it? Text GDI bits counter. Bits counter. There it is. All right. So if we try it now, instead of sending a message to chat, it should actually update the text. Lots of tests in StreamerBot. All right. So we're going to do a test trigger, and hopefully we should see the bar increase by 42, and we should see the new number appear in the text field. Is it testing your patience? I mean, sometimes. There it is, 373 out of 1,000. So if we run it again, 415 out of 1,000. The green bar is increasing, it's moving along, and in fact the number is increasing. So what I'm thinking is, I like having the narrow bar like that, but it doesn't give you much room to put numbers and things in it as well. So is the text going to be too small if I try and put the text inside the bar? I mean, it won't be much smaller than the SAT, will it, on the calendar widget? Ooh, nice choice, Digsoft. Do like me some Darude. Doodle-doodle-dood. Doodle-doodle-dood. All right, so I'm going to flip to the effects scene for a moment so I can play with the tech. Is it working? Indeed it is, TD. Look, watch this. So I'm guessing that the test trigger for cheers always defaults to 42 bits. So it's going to increase 42. But if I do the test trigger, we see the number increase and also the bar go up. Whoop. Whoa, and it did actually move. I saw that right before I did the test again. Thank you, Badaki. A live test of the biddies. Thank you for 42ing me. I know you 69'd me earlier, but thank you for 42ing me. I appreciate that. All right, so every time we do the test, it increases by the 42. The bar is moving at the bottom. The number is increasing in the text field. And then if you watch it when it gets to the end, TD, no spoilers. Okay, it's almost at the end. All right, this one should do it. Here we go. And choing. That's a problem. So the number doesn't reset, even though the bar resets. I need to look into that. Nerdwino, top of the morning to you. How are you doing? Let's get a clip of the former NASA scientist. Look, that bottom screen is the view from Barty's backyard. Look, that's the tree you can see in the bottom right-hand corner in his backyard. You can watch launches live. Some say that is why Nerdwino bought the house that he bought, so he could just watch launches from his backyard. Yeah, so at the top of the screen there, you saw the official feed. The bottom of the screen there, the unofficial feed from Nerdwino's yard. Yeah. Fourth call of the stream today. Let me just take this. One moment, please. Okay, if nobody else could call me today, please, while I'm doing the streamy stream thing, that would be great. That would be superb. Thank you. Woohoo! 1,000 bits were reached. Let's spin that wheel. So yeah, I've got to figure out why it's doing that now. Why it's doing 1,003 out of 1,000? Because it increased the number. It reset the bar, but I think what I need to do is I need to put in code. If the number's greater than 1,000, then subtract 1,000 from it. I think that's going to be the best way to handle it. Did you just say from Barty's backyard? I did actually. It was a test. Yeah, it was. I didn't think anybody was listening, so I'm like, this thing seemed to be quietening down a bit. Let me see if anybody's actually paying attention. And best yard, Barty's backyard. That's it, everyone. Bit has won the lottery. It'd be nice. The draw is tonight. I do have a ticket with 2 lines on it. I would love to win the lottery if anybody that can control these things is listening. Sorry, Barty. Not this time. I did rewind and confirm. He did say it was my backyard. Sorry, Nerdwino, it's mine now. I mean, Thank you for that blurb, Dukasoft. Banana phone is delightful. Okay, B-A-N-A-N-A banana. Now, easiest way is to just mod 1000. But didn't I say that? I think I said just take 1,000 if it's more than 1,000. But it could also be where in the code I'm calculating the number. You see? So, yeah. So what I'm going to do, I think probably we need to fix that first. Then we need to do some manual testing. I need to increase the bar so we can give it a test properly without having to go all the way down the bar. Lurk and do stuff. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, buddy. The global var being cheered amount should be the number. Global variables. Bean. Yeah, I'm not even seeing any bean variables. Let me jump back into the code a minute. Okay, so let's see what we're doing, because it's obviously doing a reset. Okay, so if current write minus bits is less than 0, 1,000 bits for each, let's spin that wheel. Okay. New write is less than 0, new write plus equals max width. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I think the quickest way to do this is I'm basically saying 1,000 minus new write. New write is, yeah, so I just need to do a calculation on it before I store the variable. And before we do the set argument, I just need to say if bit so far greater than 1,000. Wait, if we put it into a string though, because that might cause issues. So far, 1,000. So far. So if bit so far is greater than 1,000. Drop that down. We can say bit so far minus equals 1,000. No, what you said is different. Mod 1,000 will give you the remaining after all the 1,000. Oh, you're talking about modulo. I thought you meant modify. What you said is different. Mod 1,000 will give you the remaining after all the 1,000s have been removed. You said if it's over 1,000, take off 1,000, but 6,000 minus 1,000 is 5,000, so... Yeah. I don't use modulo too often. Yeah, you know, to be honest, I don't think anybody's going to come in and cheer 1,000, let alone 6,000. Code I sent you already does a mod. Are you talking about the adding beans code? Around line 56. Oh, I see it. Int remaining equals new total % total bits needed. Line 55. And then you do math floor calculations as well. Tell you what, these dogs, I'm going to be so happy when I move into the bedroom and I can shut the door and just not worry about dogs for a whole stream. It's going to be glorious, I tell you what. A new title bits needed. If you set that remaining as an argument, you should be able to use that. Thank you, Dugsoft. Appreciate the bits. Skim, how you doing? My dog is super chill until I get on the computer, then he suddenly needs all the attention. Sounds about right. Yeah. Set argument, bits, got current, remaining. Yeah, but if I knew how to use the modulo correctly, I should be able to, because I'm not using your code. I'm actually using bits of code from your code. What I need to do is maybe instead of saying, because what I'm doing at the moment is I'm saying bits so far, and it's calculating bits based on the filter and how much of the bar. So I'm using it based on the bar rather than having a separate calculation. So at the moment it's saying, okay, bits so far, show code. Bits so far is 1000 minus new right, which is how much is left on the bar. I try and see how I can go negative, fix it. If new right is less than 0, plus equals max width. So actually, let's try this. Because this might already be built into the code. Hang on. Maybe I just put it in the wrong place in the code. Let's see if this works. Compile. Save and compile. All right, let's try it again. I mean, I guess really it should work now if I just run it. I don't have to go all the way back around again because it's still going to do the calculation on the bar. Yeah, so it works all right now. Where is that 1000 being calculated? Because you need to take that value and same with that. Yes. Yeah, so it was pretty much an issue because of where I had it in the code, but we should be good now. There we go. We increment. And if I go to the effects scene for a moment, and then in the effects scene, I go to the progress bar and into the filters for it, and then into crop on filter. And instead of 871, I say something like 100, so I can whiz it to the end. There we go. And then if I go back to the main display, 1 hour later, yeah, I didn't want to do that. So yeah, if I run it now, 942, 984, 26, ta-da! And then it sends a message to chat. Let's spin that wheel. Well, GG's to TD as well. Thanks for your help, TD. So now the question becomes, do we make a deeper bar so that we can have bigger text in there? Or do we try and shrink this text down? So let me do this. I'm going to try and shrink the text down first and tell me if this text is too tiny to be able to see it. Because obviously I'm looking at a different screen to you, but did the chat message come too early? Maybe my stream is just lagging behind. I mean, we can do another test and check it out. I mean, it shouldn't send the message until it goes over 1000, and that's how it's set in the code. So it shouldn't, in theory, be able to send it. Yeah, congrats to the winning piece of the pie on the spinning wheel. So I'm going to flip back to nested now, or nested, to the effects scene, and I'm going to shrink down that text, and we'll see. I need to know if it's too tiny. Is that still too tiny, even though I've bolded it? Enlarge it and make it bold and just have it overlap the bar. What, so it's going outside the top and the bottom of the bar. Is that still too tiny? I mean, we could sit it on top of the bar. I just want everything to be as included as possible. So I like this idea. So make it bold, just have it overlap the bar. So you mean overlap the top and the bottom? So just like blow it up a bit bigger? I mean, kind of like this, or even more. Have it overflow both top and bottom was the idea. Okay. Is that too much? I mean, I can do some aligning. It needs moving left a little and down a little, but even more. More! MOAR! More! Something like that. Okay, so we need to come down a little bit more because I feel, even though that 2 looks like it's nicely hooked on the top, I'd like it to be in the middle if possible. So I think probably it's is that in the center? How does that look? Something like that? And then do we need it in white, or are we going to change the font color to something different? Do we need the bar to be in red, or is red normally a scary color? We don't want to scare people off, so let's have it in green. Is it possible to add a space between the numbers and the slash? In fact, it is. So you want a space either side? Like that. That better? All right, and we're still happy with it being that size font. Alignment needs to be right. And top, okay, should work. Then in the main display, looks something like that. So bear in mind the music UI is not going to be there and the subscription goal is not going to be there. And that won't be there. And where's the subscription goal? Goal progress bar. Okay, so it would be something like that. And then if we run a test, sent you a picture how I might have it, but obvs you do you. All right, so let me see how it looks when it increments. Could even go a little bigger with the text. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, TD, whether to have it in the middle or to whether to have it at the end. What do you think about all the numbers being in the middle, Microsoft? So if we go back to X and I'll copy the transform just so I can remember what it was. Transform, copy transform. Right, let's give it a whiz. Whee! Or something. Hang on a minute. Transform. Oh, well, the copy transform didn't even work, so now I've got to manually drag it back up again. Transform, edit transform, and then up, 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 up. Hang on a minute. Okay, so I think that's fairly central. Maybe another one. Okay, I think that's pretty in the middle, and then we go back to the main display. Sure, it stays in the middle when the left number gets bigger, though. Yeah, it should. I've actually got it right formatted, so it formats down the right. It should buff up to the right-hand side where the 1000 is. I mean, we can test that, but do we like it in the middle? Do we prefer it at the end? I don't know. Personally, I like the middle. Yeah, let's see how it looks when we increment it then. I think the space. Oh yeah, I think you're right, and I'll tell you why. Because I changed it manually in the OBS source. I didn't change it in the code to do the same spacing. So let's give that a fix real quick. Okay, now when we test it again, choing, there's the space. Is that too wide though with the spaces in? I don't know. Middle allows you to go bigger with the text if you wanted to. I think if we go bigger with the text, it's going to start overlapping on the frame above it, and I don't really want that. We could move the bar down. I'm not sure if I'm going to put anything else in this space, if there's going to be another bar for something else. I don't know. Probably not. So we could probably just take up the whole of the middle section with it. But also, I'd like some text somewhere so people know what the bar represents, because people just looking at this will go, oh, 362 out of 1,000. And what does that represent? I mean, when the text was shrunk and put into the bar, was it just too small to read? I guess it would be on mobile as well, wouldn't it? The Burpmeister himself is here. So Grunge, welcome on in. Top of the evening to you. Just add the text bar Daki at the bottom. We definitely need some text somewhere. Either my personal preference would be stuck to the bar on the outside, either the top or the bottom. But I think we definitely need to move the bar down either way. So we take this, transform, edit transform, and then just move the whole group down. Have a look. How does that look? Good. Main display. See, we could have it centered based on the alignment of where the calendar widget is. But then how does it look compared to the webcam frame? So just here. Today's mood, hangover. Yeah, no fun at all, hangovers. Given I spent an obscene amount of money on it, sure isn't. Had fun despite a lack of Ducasoft. Ah, Ducasoft didn't show up? What is going on? Looks good there. Okay, so now we need some indication of what it actually is. So I'm going to need something like bits to next wheel spin or something. So I think if we take the bits counter and we copy it and then we paste duplicate and then we bring it down here and then we put it inside here and then we call it something like bits counter verbiage, and then we need to put some kind of verbiage behind it, and then we're going to need to resize it. So something like bits remaining to next wheel spin. Anybody can think of better verbiage, let me know. We need to make this center and center. Is it not enough with wheel spin? Well, people aren't going to know that it's bits that are going to get us to a wheel spin. So I'd like bits in there somewhere. I mean, maybe we don't need the word remaining. Bits to next wheel spin. And then we're going to need it smaller. Yeah. Somebody hiring me? Okay, so bits to next wheel spin. Bits and bobs. There you go. Yeah, I mean, if people could give me... What is a bob? Is bob 5 pence? Shilling, if you will. Bark for day. Jumpa-ding-a-ding. Yes, there we go. Blurp even makes it through to this scene. Okay, so bits to next wheel spin. I'm happy with that. Obviously, it needs to be more down this way. How is that as far as being aligned? Maybe. Can we go? No sound on this scene though. Oh, sorry. Did you not hear it? I can do it again. I have the power. So what I found out recently is I actually have a blurb dashboard I can log into, and then what we do is if we go back to the main display where apparently we can hear things, then I can actually do it again. So we've got the power. Yeah, there we go. Bark for daddy. It just sounds wrong. I get that was probably the intention. Okay, so is it okay if I shrink that font even more where it says bits to next wheel spin? Because I feel it's a bit too big compared to the numbers. And do we need bits to next wheel spin above the bar or below the bar? So we can go a bit smaller. Maybe something like this. How's that? Bit smaller, Ducasoft, or is that good? Make mine of chocolate. I mean, you can't go wrong with chocolate, can you? So I like that size. I think that's good. But I don't know if I prefer it above the bar or below the bar. And I guess the easiest way to do it is if we duplicate it, because if I try and drag it, I'm never going to remember where it was. Actually, let's just have a look at the... It's fine there. Okay. It's Ducasoft approved. Go back to the main display now. So bits to next wheel spin. And then if we force 42 bits down its virtual throat. 404, bits not found. 446. 488. Alright, so it seems to be holding firm in the middle, which is good. The numbers are not moving around. Now make it edible. Wait, what? Above or below the wrist, Clarice? 782, 824, 866, 908, 950, 992, and now we'll see if it loops around correctly. 34. It did. And sends the message indicating such. A bar of chocolate. Oh, yes. Maybe we should put it in brown just so it looks like a chocolate bar. Okay. All right. I'm happy with that. I think that's all right. I don't know about the white. The white might be a bit stark. What about if we had a gradient? That gradient. Let's have a play with gradients for a minute. I think we can do gradients in GDI text, possibly. Maybe. All right, so the verbiage. Let's have a look. We have it in white currently. You scroll down, we can do gradient, and maybe if we have, what would it be? Orange at the top, yellow at the bottom, maybe? Gradient colors. If we have like a bright yellow there. Actually, I think that needs to be orange, doesn't it? We have orange there. And then we had maybe, we need red as well. 50 Shades of Grey. Haha. We select the original white and make it red, possibly. What about that? Do you like that, Dukesoft? Maybe the red is too dark. Maybe we can go a bit lighter on the red. Maybe that. Possibly. And then if we are keeping that, do we also want the gradient on the numbers, or are we going to keep the numbers white? Too dark for a black background at least. Let's look at the main display. I mean, we can also, I think, add an outline. Maybe we need a white outline to make it stand out. Possibly. Ooh, add an outline. 2, 3. No, the outline makes it terrible. Bit too darky. Yeah. All right, let's see if we can crank up the actually gradient opacity. What does this do? No, leave that at 100. Gradient direction, so it's 90 degrees at the moment. Oh, we can change the direction. All right, never mind. I'll leave that at 90. Even. So we need to go a bit larger on these colors. So select color. So the red, going to have even brighter. Okay, and then the orange. That's as bright as we go on the orange. What about that? Does that work? What do we think, Dukesoft? Now you need the numbers to tick. To tick correctly, send image if you don't know what I mean. I don't know what you mean. Numbers to tick correctly. Hang on a moment. It's for wheel spin. Okay, on the there's some rotation. Move value. Oh, you're getting fancy pants there, TD. Yeah. I'm going to need a 2-minute break before we look into that sent image. Yeah, I see that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that follow. Oh, I see we've got the follow. Follow text needs to be moved up somehow in the effects. Don't know. Still a bit hard on the eyes. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Silvark, how are you doing? Thank you for the oo-woo. I was told that would do something, and it did. Hopefully you heard it. Hopefully you heard it's Jimmy B saying oo-woo. There it is, oo-woo indeed. How are you doing, Silvark? And who told you it would do something would be my follow-up question. Yes, who's giving away all my secrets? I need to know. I need to know who to Twitch spank. All right, bits to next wheel spin. Dukesoft, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and when I come back, I want to see some suggestions in chat for you, how we think this can be more obvious or stand out a little bit more, possibly. Jimmy B's Lady Music Girl. We love Music Girl 95 in here. Music Girl is fantastic. She's amazing. She is, as I like to say, the better half of the It's Jimmy B and Music Girl pairing. Suggestions in chat. Thank you, Dukesoft. Always so helpful. It's Jimmy B 93. Let's give a shout out for Jimmy. Get a clipperoonie of the crazy game playing streamer. Look,
And even
that's
and even
Cuphead.
just looking at that last little bit right there, there's gonna be a whole slew of Mablogny and blah.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It looked like a whole slew of mablobly and blah. Jimmy beat me to it. I was about to say it. I'm talking to Music Girl right now. Okay, well, tell Music Girl thank you for sending Silvark our way and ooh-wooing Jimmy all over the chat. So, yeah. There he is. All right, 2-minute break. When I come back, we're going to try and make this bits to next wheel spin stand out a bit more because Dukesoft is not happy. And if Dukesoft is not happy, nobody's happy. So I shall BRB. Moxie, how was your stream? How are you doing? Welcome back. We're going to do a shout out for Corn Relish just because he hates Adele and that joke made me think of her. So, look, tiny worlds, tiny food, giant love. She does, look, she creates these models of these rooms and things that everything's tiny and then does the tiny cooking and stuff and has like tiny ovens and yeah. Look, Grand Theft Avocado. I approve of that pun.
Did you see that?
Yes, you can, Supreme. Get your avocado.
What is class? Okay, but I wanted to show everybody this. This was a, kind of a nice little thing they put up here. This.
We keep getting the same clip. It keeps blowing our ears off. I have to turn it down. The video shoutouts. Bit crackly. Hang on. I'll be right there. As soon as I can drag this slider back up. Okay. All right. Boxy Drinker, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. We'll pretend that you didn't tell me where you were going earlier. And how did your stream go? It was okay, sound issues. Oh, I'm sorry. Audio issues are the worst. It was not me, it was the venue. Well, that's, I mean, at least that's something out of your control, something that you don't have to work on fixing. So there is that. So tell the party people again where you were today, what you were doing with your IRL stream, and I hope it went okay apart from the sound issues. So did you have fun? Did you have any tea to spill? Did you see some fun stuff at the venue? Party people need to know all the details, Moxie Drinker. And while we wait for said details, Dukasoft was apparently going to put a lot of suggestions in chat to tell us how to, in fact, improve the visibility of the text on this bar. I'm at the Oddity Convention here in Baltimore. So Oddity Convention, that's all like weird curiosities and oddities and things, is it? Because I went to a store recently, I think it might have been in Austin, where it had curios and odd things and like stuff in jars, and it's all very Addams Family-ish. Is it that kind of thing? Let's look it up. Oddity Convention in Baltimore. Okay, we're going to copy, and then we're going over to the browser, and then we're going to take a look. World Oddities Expo. Is this the one? That says starts 7 p.m. though. Yes, it is, plus sideshow performers. Oh, okay. All right, World Oddities Expo. 10.4 and 10.5, so today was the first day. Upcoming shows, Cabinet of Curiosities. So, Baltimore, this is the one. See details. About the event. Traveling Oddities Festival, a peculiar paradise where weird thrives. We pride ourselves on being an all-inclusive, artisan and small business-fueled mega convention. Artists, vendors, performers, educators, guest speakers create a macabre and magical experience for all. This sounds like just the kind of thing that a couple of people I know would love. I just saw an ad for this, actually. Ah, okay. There's a lady talking about insect sex. Okay, then. Well, that sounds like something that science streams might be interested in. I don't think Berlin is with us at the moment. I think he said about going to a farmer's market and a book fair. So
explain to like people out there what science are doing, so they will support science. So they will allow science. I mean, they will support funding for science and so on. That's part of it. The other thing is that you can really get a lot from the people. They can contribute to science, especially now with AI, with so people can, instead of just I don't know what percentage of the world working on science, increase the percentage of people contributing.
yeah, everybody working on science. My wife and I are both goths. See, perfect event. I'm one of those couple of people I said might be interested in that is also a goth. So yeah, definitely would be into that. Long live goth. Upcoming shows. If we see details, I feel like I might be going around in circles here. See details, show hours. Well, there might be more information on the site about what you can expect to see. Maybe that's just me. Buy tickets for Baltimore today. General admission. General admission, $35 for 2 days. That seemed like a pretty good deal. General admission, $20 for 1 day. Nice. Not bad. Yeah. Seems like a fun time was had. So what was the problem with the... What was the problem with the audio issues, apart from my audio issues here, having dogs barking in the background? Was it just that what you were watching was not loud enough to be heard on the stream? Was there too many people talking around you that people on stream couldn't hear you? What kind of audio issues were you having? I'm going to talk to the lady who's doing the insect talking. Alrighty. Sisters of Mercy. Why is my thing messed up? Q. Where's the Q? Oh, there's the Q. All right, let's skip this song and get to the subscriber request. All right, so I think Dukasoft fell asleep. I think he's just like faking it though. I don't think he's actually asleep. He just doesn't want to make any more suggestions about how to improve, how to make this bits to next wheel spin, how to make it more visible. I see how it is. So to do this, on your text source, add a move value filter and set up like this. Then you'll need some raw like that. You'll also need to swap in your own deets. Then you need to trigger said filter. All right, thank you, TD. I think I'll add that after the stream. I'm already kind of trying to make sure that it's entertaining enough by me doing stuff that people can't see. So I do like the font though. Folks speaking their audio was overpowering my mic, causing it to crash my mic. Yeah, audio's never fun. Never fun. It'd be nice if we could just go, here's my mic, it's just going to work. But it's never that simple. But thanks for the raid, Moxie. Appreciate it. For raiders coming in with Moxie, I'm Bit Gamey. Some people call me Lee. And I usually work in the Unity game engine on game dev stuff. We just came off a 2-week game jam where we submitted a falling match 3 type game to the game jam. Usually work on the main project Rescue Ball, which has some Katamari Damacy similar style mechanics. But today, because it's Sandbox Saturday, anything goes. We're just kind of working on some bits and pieces for next week, because next week, of course, is the celebration of 1,000 plus followers on this stream. So here's a quick look at some of the things you can expect next week. I don't expect it to go flawlessly. We're trying new things, like there's an additional webcam that I'm going to have set up to point down to the desk for when I'm doing the Lego builds. But if we have any issues, I might have to use the main webcam, this one here, to kind of pivot and point down at my desk. So, did you see the Bayern Munich game? Diaz scored in 14 seconds. I mean, that's got to be some kind of record, right? Game starts and somebody scores 14 seconds in. I've seen a soccer game before where somebody pretty much kicked the ball off of the centre line when it was kickoff, and then it landed in the goal. So that's probably the current record. But 14 seconds, quite impressive. Leo scored a few weeks back after 6 seconds. See how it is now. Turned into a competition. It is the fastest this year. Apart from the one a few weeks back, apparently, where there was a score in 6 seconds. I don't know. Maybe we're cross-sporting. Maybe they're different sports. Okay, what about if we had a black outline? The white outline didn't look great on this, but what about if we add a black outline, possibly? We do outline, and then instead of a white outline, we have black, possibly, to give the letters some more definition. But where's the gradient? I think the colours are too similar now. You can't even really see the gradient. Maybe the gradient colour, maybe if we have it yellow instead of red, possibly. There, that's a bit more visible, right? So we've got a 2 pixel outline in black around the letters. And then, now here's the question. Would it be yellow going up to red? Or would it be red going up to yellow? Outline will help it pop. Yeah, I think adding the black outline helped. It gave the letters more definition. 2.1 seconds is the record, apparently. Whoa. Recent meme of him from last weekend, chased by 7 players. What? Same sport. Diaz faced a good team. Leo didn't. Oh. Yeah. So, yeah, do we want to go from the red up to yellow or the yellow up to red? Which is going to be more flame-like, do we think? Up to yellow, red up to yellow, so it looks more like fire. Okay, so we need to switch them. All right, so we select this and make that FF, and then we change this and make it 0, 0. Up the yellows, keeps it cheerful. Okay. So how about that? Is that more flame-like? And then, do we keep the numbers white, or do we change the numbers also to the same as the bits text? Do we want a gradient on the numbers, the same gradient? Okay, I'm going to jump off. We'll be back later, everyone. Thanks, Moxie. Have fun at your convention. I hope you see all the oddities and speak to all the interesting people there. And I'll catch up with you soon. Should we try it, TD? Do you think we should try the numbers not in white? Because that white seems quite stark to me. I think that might be a bit distracting, although maybe we want it distracting. Maybe we want to say, hey, people, look down at this bar, look. Numbers either yellow, red, or the gradient. All right. The nerd has spoken. Let's give it some testing, shall we? I think we're happy with the bits verbiage for now. I'd be tempted to change the greens on the bar to complement the text better. So do we want a yellow surround on the bar and then red as the bar color? Maybe yellow bar. But then we'd have a green surround. Do we want a red surround then? Let's have a look. Let's do some testing. All right, back into the effects scene. Here we go. So we're going to take a look at the bar, the progress bar itself. We said, let's have a look and see if we can change that to FFFF00. Change the bar to yellow. So there's a yellow bar, and then possibly the outline being in red, maybe. Select color. So we want FFFF. Nope, that didn't quite work, did it? Let's try again. FFFF. No, FF00. Back into the effects scene because BitGammy doesn't know how to use studio mode. I don't like studio mode. My experiences with studio mode have not worked well. I've updated things when I didn't intend to update them, and it turned into a whole thing. So now I don't use studio mode. That's a lot. That's a lot of red and yellow. So suggestions, I'm open to suggestions, what we can change. So yellow bar, but then what color would the outline be? Maybe an orange surround? I'll just yellow the bar and the surround. Okay, let's try that. Outline, select color. Oh, FF, yellow for the surround as well. So then we definitely need to do something with the letters. If we keep that, slightly different shades maybe. So a slightly darker surround. Meh, that's awful. Thanks, nerd. I mean, you know, don't sugarcoat it, will you? Just come on out and tell me. I mean, you don't know until you try these things sometimes, right? That's why mostly you do these things off stream, so people just see the finished product. But, you know, I'm all about drawing back the curtain and seeing the man behind the curtain. Says the person on the scene with no webcam. What about a red bar and a red outline? I would say that the red in your gradient is more orange. That could just be how it's merging them. Let me have a look. Shark Geek, how the devil are you? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. So maybe go orange on the bar outline. Oh, okay. So bar outline. Okay, so the outline we're thinking more orange, possibly. Maybe something like this. That looks a bit nicer. But then do we want the bar to be orange as well? That yellow seems a bit stark, doesn't it? Less orange, I reckon. Wait, what? Now I'm confused. Less orange. What do you want to be less orange? Where's Shark Geek some hamachi? Okay, I don't know what hamachi is, but maybe Shark Geek knows. More yellowish orange on the outline. Okay. Okay, how about this? How about that? Is that any better? It's yellowfin tuna. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's a good contrast. I don't know about the yellow bar, though. That seems quite stark. Do we need the bar to be orange? I don't know. Let's have a look. It's very yellow. What about that? Is that better? So it's not so in your face? Change the text color and let's see how it all looks together. The text of the numbers. And what do you want the text of the numbers to be? It could match the gradient in your font. So you're talking about the color of the bar to have a gradient as well. I don't know if I can do that. In fact, I'm fairly certain, yeah, I can't do that. Because when you select a color or a color source in OBS, it can only be a solid color. You can't use gradient. You can only use gradient on text. Good question. What's the third complementary color for yellow and orange? That seems like something we could pose to my bestie LLM. Hang on a moment. Good question. Let's break it down. Complementary colours are colours opposite each other on the colour wheel, but when you ask for the third complementary colour, it sounds like you might mean a triadic colour scheme. 3 colours evenly spaced around the wheel. Yellow sits between green and orange on the wheel. Orange sits between yellow and red. If you already have yellow and orange, the third point to balance them out would be directly across the wheel from that section. The third colour would be blue-violet, purple. That's because blue/purple is opposite the warm range of yellow-orange, giving a nice complementary balance. Purple? Do we want to put purple in the mix? What now? Do you have Exceldro's gradient plugin? I don't know. I don't know if I have that. Would that allow me to add a gradient to a color source, TD? I guess the way to determine that would probably be, I'm guessing it's some kind of filter, is it? Let's have a look. Let me see, because I do install a lot of Exceldro's bits and bobs. So it would be the progress bar, and it would be filters, and it would be plus, and then it would be, I don't see anything that just says gradient, if it is literally just the word gradient that's going to come up. No, it's a source. Oh, okay. That'll be, all right, so if I click on plus, and then I go to gradient, yes, I see a gradient source. You like Exceldro's? I love Exceldro's bits and bobs. Yeah, you can tell anybody that. Supposedly purple doesn't exist. It's just something our brain makes up to make sense of certain wavelengths. Oh, now we're getting technical. Now I'm going to feel completely lost. All right, so let's say gradient. And now TD, if we switch out the bar, the color source bar, for a gradient, you do know that's going to be a lot of work for me, right? Because I'm not going to have the filter on there, and I'm going to have to re-add the filter, and then I'm going to have to change my streamer actions to point to a different source. But you know what? Let's give it a test. Now we're going to call this gradient progress bar. Whoa, that is okay. All right. Okay, so we don't want 1920 by 1080. What size did we have the other progress bar? We had that 1000 by 25. Now if we make this one 1000 and then we make it 25. All right, so we have a gradient bar. But I'm guessing we don't mean gradient in that direction, right? We're talking about from the top down like we have with the text. So, in fact, the from color, I don't know that. Flies into a pit of despair. Do colors objectively exist at all, or are they all just things our brain make? Oh, we're getting a bit deep now. I'm staying well out of this one. Okay, so presumably we can rotate this, right? This rotation. Okay, it says 270. So we want 180, I'm guessing. Okay. Or do we just want 0? From one color to another. And then now we need to, I need to know the color, X numbers of the colors I used on the other progress bar. No, not on the progress bar, on the font, on the text. So bits counter verbiage. So it's pretty much 4 Fs and 2 Fs for the hex numbers. All right, so back to progress bar. And the dark one we want is 2 Fs. Okay, and then the other color is 4 Fs. F00. Oh, if you click the right OK button. All right, so that's how the bar potentially would look. So it would be something like that. I'd have it in that direction so it gets more red as it fills. Okay, so the original rotation was blee blah, blue blah. Can't even find where it was. Oh, because I had it set to 0. Okay, so originally it was 270. So you're saying like that, TD? So the closer we get, the more red it gets. So it starts off with the stark yellow again initially, but then changes. If we took that progress bar down below the counter, it would look something like that. I think on either gradient, on the bar or the text, but 2 is too much. Yeah. I want it to indicate the hot stuff, which I think the text does. We probably don't need it on the bar as well, but I didn't even know that existed. So thank you for drawing my attention to Exceldro's bits and bobs there. So if we take the gradient progress bar out of the equation, so then we're back to, are we just going to have an orange bar? How does this look? So when we start increasing the number, this is how it looks. So my two questions now are, do we keep the colours that we have for the bar and the outline, as in the two different shades of orange? Should the bar itself be just red? And we could have like a solid red on the bar, but then I think the 34 1000 needs a black outline to help it pop, but keep the text white. Okay, so if we go to bits counter and we add an outline, and the outline color will be in black, and we're probably looking at, we'll leave it at 2 pixels for now. How about white bar and outline and colored text? I mean colored numbers. Well, let's give it a try. White bar and white outline. The progress bar, white. Outline, white. Colored text, or a slightly grey bar, the white is a bit stark. All right, so we go back to progress bar and select color, and let's and then colored numbers. So what color would we go on the numbers? Would we use the same gradient as the bits text, where we go yellow to red? Just experiment, probably. Yeah, that's what a lot of it is, really, isn't it? Trial and error. I mean, if we're going to have a white surround, obviously we're not going to have white text because it's blends in too much. So bits counter. Let's have a look. Let's try the gradient thing, and the gradient color. We're going to have red at the bottom, and then top color would be the FF0000. No, FF00 for the yellow. Yeah, it doesn't really stand out enough, does it? If we're going to... I don't know if I like that white outline, to be honest. Or maybe the outline is too thick. Maybe we need a thinner outline on the bar. I don't know if I like that white and grey. I would grey the outline too, at least. So a darker grey than the bar. I think it's going to look weird behind those numbers, whatever you do. Maybe you don't have black as the empty bar color. What would you have as the empty bar color, though? I guess that depends on what we finally decide on what the bar color is going to be. That does look better already, though. Yeah, so we don't have black as the empty bar color, and we already have light grey as the bar, and we have dark grey as the outline. What would we have as the another shade of grey? We're going to end up with 50 shades of grey at this rate. I don't know. Let's look on the main display. I mean, the numbers definitely need to go up a pixel or two so that they sit squarely aligned in the center of the bar, but I don't think it's looking terrible. I take the bits counter, transform, edit transform, switch back to the main display, lift those numbers up just a couple of pixels. Actually, one might have been enough. 50 bits of it. Can you knock just a bit more white out of the bar? Yeah. Dukasoft, thank you for those fitty bitties. It's appreciated. Do I get the wieners though? Hey, look! Wow! Ah! Thank you. Thank you, Dukasoft. Getting things working is easy, getting things looking good is hard, because at the end of the day, it all comes back to personal preference. It does, but also I think there are some design choices that most, if not all people go, ugh, why would they do that? You know, there's certain colours that don't mix together. I think grey, I have no comment for what I just saw. Are you talking about my big wiener, Schmeat? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, back to the effects scene. Arduino suggested making the bar not quite as white, so a little different shade of grey. So we're going to try that. We'll bring it down just a little bit more white out of it, possibly. We have this. There are lots of design choices that we do not have the skill set to implement, and so here we are. My mirror has one of those design choices. Dukesoft. Nope, just before that. Just before the wieners were falling. Are you talking about the wieners falling on my head? Maybe that's where we're going. But yeah, I think we're losing some definition. I think we're losing some definition in those numbers now, even with the outline. Maybe we need a stronger outline. Look, 420. Freshy. Blaze it. If we were going for Winter Olympics on the C64 vibes, I believe mission accomplished. Winter Olympics. That was a great game. Still love playing that. So I think at this point, the bits counter does need a stronger or a thicker stroke on the outline. We currently have it set to 2. Have a look. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. That makes it stand out a bit more than 2. 2. Do we need both the bar and the numbers? Yes, because if you just have the bar, you can't see visually how many bits need to be cheered to complete the bar. So if it was like 950 out of 1,000, then hey Jeff, welcome on in. Yes, so this is the main display. Welcome in, Jeff. This is the main display where you can see my happy smiling face. We are actually in a different OBS scene where I set up some of the effects. And so to play with this bar that we're setting up at the bottom, we need to be in a scene which I don't actually have my webcam dragged into. But good to see you. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a great weekend. Programmer Jeff. So what programming language do you program in, Jeff? Or is it some other kind of programming? I know people talk about being a coder, but then there's medical coding as well. So just because it says programmer doesn't maybe TV programs. I don't know. How about just the bits to next wheel spin on the left and the numbers to the right of that and scarp the bar? Are you hearing this, TD? You remember when I said to you, TD, hey, you've got that counter thing on your stream, don't you have a bar? And you said, no, I don't have a bar, I just have the counter. So I spent most of last night trying to get the bar working. Did you see what Arduino just suggested? Scrap the bar. Get rid of the bar. Don't have a bar. Why do you need a bar unless you're drinking alcohol? That's pretty much what Arduino's saying. Yeah. C++, OpenGL, and shader code, making a space trader game. So are you making the space trader game in Unreal, Jeff? Is that where you're flexing your C++ muscles, or are you doing it outside of the Unreal Engine? And do you have any links to what you're working on? Do you have any YouTube videos? Do you have a page on the Steam store, possibly? I don't need a bar to drink bevies. Well, not to drink bevies, but the bar might help hold you up, Freshy, if you have too many bevies, too much of the falling down juice, as they say. No game engine, just me and the code. Nice. Nice. Alrighty, let's have a look at Jeff's page. Oh, look. It's very nice. Rust, executable demo, Space Trader refactor, Fireflies. space shooter demo. Very nice. Yeah, I mostly use Unity and C#, so I haven't actually done any C++ programming myself, but it seems like I'm getting pretty into the weeds. Very nice. And just a reminder, Captain Krabs has his offer on at the moment. He's an industry veteran, 16 years he's been in the industry. He will actually create you a trailer of your game, $300, not $20,000, not even a few $1,000s, $300. And look, this guy's worked on Lies of P, worked on Marvel games, Star Wars games. I mean, come on. Elder Scrolls Online. I mean, what more recommendation do you need, right? That's why I'm glad chairs were invented. Oh, yeah, so you don't have to fall down. You're already sitting down. I see. I get that. GG's. Yes, GG's to Freshie. Although it was a huge disaster, but I made a thing and did it solo. It wasn't a huge disaster. We're not going to entertain that nonsense. We're going to delete that message. Of course, we're talking about the Journ Jam, which recently finished and is in the voting stage at the moment. You can go ahead and click on that link in chat if you want to see the submissions. All right, so like Nerduino said, scrap the bar, and then I said how long I spent creating the bar, and he like a bit like Homer with the hedge. He's kind of backed up, and now we have no more Nerduino. Please keep working on it because it looks like it has a lot of potential. It's just a bar, TD. Oh wait, you're talking to Freshie. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, I'm here. No, people say, oh yay, when they know Nerduino's here. Yeah. This is true. So Jeff, do you stream at all? Do you entertain people on this platform some call Twitch? Now scrap it. I think it's awesome you spent all this time learning how to make the bar. Now scrap it. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, random schedule, unfortunately. Well, let's see. Do you have any clips, Jeff? That'll be my next question because our clip machine is about to pull them from your channel, if so.
Mode is on.
There it is.
Go to play. Disabled Frozen in Time.
No game engine.
Land orbiting a weird fractal. Oh wait, that's not a fractal. That's a prime number orbiting a prime number star system. The ship was frozen in time. Frozen, I tell you.
Frozen, I tell you. It is frozen in time. There you go. You want to find out more about Jeff? Go drop Jeff a follow. Yeah. Dude, cool. Yes, you are a cool dude, Jeff. It is true. Yes, you're not wrong. Yeah, I don't care about the bar anymore. Once Nerduino said to get rid of it, I lost interest. I mean, maybe I should. Maybe we should just listen to him and just be like, maybe we just need a text counter. No, I'm not scrapping the bar. I will play with this bar until my head falls off to get it right. I like the bar. I like the visual representation. I like the fact that people don't have to look at numbers and know that they just see it. I'm still not sure if I'm sold on the oversized numbers overlapping the bar. I do like them being in the bar, but also I get that the text might be too small. I would have to then make a bigger bar, which I can do, but I don't want a bar kind of this chunky. I don't want a chunky bar that goes down just so I can fit the words in. What about if we make it twice the height and then we just overlap at the top section? What about that? Possibly. Could the numbers be below the bar? Yeah, so do we need the numbers below the bar? But then if they're below the bar, we kind of have to go a bit smaller. Do you remember the bulletin board's world of yesterday? No. No. I remember CompuServe. CompuServe was fun. Dial-up was fun. If you go to Nerduino's stream, there is a sound effect. Redemption of the dial-up. I remember my parents getting the phone bill. Yeah. So, I don't know. Is it just the location of the numbers that's throwing it off? I think, I don't know. I did like the gradient bar, but if the bar never goes above the first quarter, then it's just that stark yellow, and the yellow is a bit too much. Well, I've been coding since before then. Aha. Well, me and Nerduino are not whippersnappers. All right. I'm just going to put that out there. So, always a hobby, though. Yeah, I mean, what made you take to C++? How did you first fall into that pit of snakes? I mean, how did you first fall into doing C++? I'm curious. Usually, when people say, "Oh, I'm doing C++," they're like, "Yeah, I use the Unreal Engine and it uses C++, so that's why I learned it, or that's how I learned it." But to keep it real, keep it raw, and just do C++ outside of a game engine, that's hardcore. C was my original language, then C++ came out. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm always curious about people's dev journeys and how they got to where they are. All right. Igny, give me a break today. Would you stop with the yapping? Come here. Stop it, all right? I started at age 9 with BASIC on a TI-99 4A. Have a look at that old computer. I remember those. I don't think I ever used one, but I do remember them. I tried C++, but never learned to love it. Does anybody want some dogs? I'll just open the front door and you can pick them up off the front porch. Can we try that? Maybe, possibly. Quite happy that there's multiple languages to choose from. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think I've been very rude today, Dukesoft. I don't think I shouted you out, so we definitely need to fix that. Dukesoft, the Drone Meister. Dukesoft assures us that, you know, he hasn't streamed since December, but he has assured us that he will be streaming again soon. Whatever soon means, but yeah. So, Hey, no problem, Jeff. Always good to see fellow game devs. Always good to see people, to be honest. I mean, you know, nothing worse than starting a stream and you're like sitting there talking to yourself. So welcome on in. Pull up a chair. We'll sit by the fire. We'll spin some yarns. Full vibe behind. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. And on that note, I probably want to change. We don't want Jeff to think people love Androids here. So let's see if we can do a calendar switch and change from the Android date widget to possibly something else. Yay! We got the iOS one. All right. Apple fanboy mode. There it is. Yeah, Dukasoft's favourite, as you can tell by his response. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, yeah. I personally have not. I am signed up with it, but one of my other mods, Berlin from Science Streams, he has created a couple of tracks in it. And I think JD does dev. I think he has used it as well, because he has, when people raid into his channel, he has a raider song which is AI generated. So I've been in there and I've had a brief look, but I haven't done a lot with it, to be honest. Dad joke. There are a couple of reasons not to drink toilet water. Number one, number two. I like that. Dad jokes are the best. Book just fell on my head. I only have my shelf to blame. So yeah, we have people that throw jokes in chat. We have Seribot, which comes up with random jokes. And then we also have a Is This a Joke to You redemption, which is currently on cooldown, as Dukasoft just used it. So yeah, so many jokes we can get in here. All right, so I don't know now about Thank you, Nedwino, for that fake redemption. Hopefully nobody actually thought I'd been disconnected, especially with my fancy new 1 gig fiber line I had installed a few months ago. Thanks, Brightspeed. I did approve of that one. Thank you, Dukasoft. That was very good. Knowing my fondness for the Apata song. Hopefully Fresh Meat didn't hear that, but I enjoyed it, so thank you. Yeah, I enjoyed it so much. I might give you a freebie. I might play it again. I think we need to. Okay. It's okay. No, Freshie, don't leave, Freshie. It was just a sound clip. It wasn't the whole song. We wouldn't do that to you, Freshie. We know you don't like that song, so please stick around. Don't depart. Okay, and we'll blame Dukasoft because he found it. I just replayed it. That make me as guilty? Probably. Anyway, so what about if we make bits to next wheel spin? What about if we make the counter the same size but under the bar? I think Freshie suggested having it under the bar. And then at the end, maybe. And then we wouldn't be so concerned about the numbers and the colours overlaying the bar. Let's see what happens if we do that. We might be spending way too much time on something which is only going to be around for a week. But anyway, we'll see. I actually do have to run. I have company arriving in a few hours. Okay, well then I won't skip this song that Dukasoft just put on clearly to drive you away. So thanks, Freshie. I hope you have fun with your company. I hope it's a nice family get-together, if it is in fact family, or friends, either works. And I'll catch up with you soon. Keep working on that game, because it's good. Will that make it a weak bar? How do you mean a weak bar? I must admit, now I've got the text around the bar looks a bit slim. Is that what you mean by a weak bar? UFC night. Whoa, get in. Okay. And also, those numbers don't look the same size as the bits text above it. Chris TS with the hat tip. Howdy. Welcome on in. I will think you're currently working on the XL version. Boom. There it is. Bar will be around for a week. But oh, okay. You see, I thought you were actually saying it looks a little weak. Now it's quite thin compared to the text. Now, do we need to leave the numbers at that size, which are bigger than the... They look, it could be an optical illusion. The numbers look bigger than the actual text above the bar. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look terrible, right? Watching or participating, I'm good with either. I mean, I guess it could start off as watching and end up with participating. It depends how rowdy the party gets. Well, it's in the middle of my night, basically. Going to get a quick nap before work in about 5 hours. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Jeff. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. I hope work gets done pretty quickly and you're back to just chilling. All right, I am going to not get another coffee. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be back in about 1 minute and 57 seconds. All right, just if anybody's keeping count. So I'll BRB. See how it is. So doing a switch without even actually seeing it. And look, iOS, yay! GG's Dugasoft. Thanks for keeping it Apple. I know it's your favourite, your absolute favourite. Okay. I don't know about these greys. I like the text. I like the numbers. I just don't know about the greyness of the bar. I don't know if that's... I get the grey is a good contrast to the orange and the red and the yellow, but I don't know. Maybe I should just draw a line under it, no pun intended, and say, okay, there we are. It is what it is. 630, 672, 714. But now I have less time before I can try again. Thanks for not showing the iOS calendar on the BRB screen. Yeah. I don't really think people need a calendar on the BRB scene. $7.98, $8.40, $8.82, $9.24, $9.66. We're nearly there. And then back to 8. Alrighty. So I'm going to leave the grey. Then we're going to go with the grey. And it's Android. I'm sorry. Commiserations, Ducasoft. Maybe next time. All right, so let's spin that wheel. So it's sending a message when it hits 1,000. It's registering bits on the bar. So yeah, we should be in good shape. And then, of course, when we spin the wheel, I have my magic button here. Okay. The bar's working. The wheel's working. Disable that. So I'm thinking between streams, we need to leave the bar where it is, don't we? I think we're all agreed on that. So if we get to like 900 of 1,000 and then I raid out, we don't want to come in the next day and suddenly it's back down to 0 again. I think we'll have a collective bar across all the streams. Otherwise, I feel it's like a slap in the face for people that contributed to try and get it to 1,000 on day 1, and then they come back day 2 and the bar's all the way back to 0 again. It kind of negates them putting the bits in to start with, doesn't it? Yeah, so I think we'll make it stick across different streams. We won't reset it. We can reset it now so it's at 0 for the start of the stream on Monday. Go back to effects and then into the progress bar and into the filters and drop on, if we make that 1,000, and then that's also 1,000. And then if we reset that, and then the counter we can manually set back to 0. Okay, and you're going to need to change the hype command, Ubisoft, because we've removed the sub goal and we've removed the music UI to accommodate the bar. So let me have a look. I need to change the hype command for a week. All right, so we have, it's just going to be for October, and it calls Hype October Halloween, which is the spoopy skeletons. So the calendar it can hide. The goal progress bar needs to be disabled. To be disabled for both of them. And what else was it? Music UI, wasn't it? Nested Spotify UI. We're not doing a hide. Not there. And Spotify UI. Disable it there. Oh, there's the Journ Jam stuff. We can take that out as well because that's not there anymore. We deleted it. Journ Jam stuff. Journ Jam stuff. And then Hype Mex. Journ Jam stuff. And Journ Jam stuff. Okay. What we now we need to add in. Let's have a look. Let's see how it looks with the just hiding the calendar. I know we don't even have a hype command. What is... Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is maybe hide the group, which will hide all the objects. That's going to be the quickest way to do it. So inside Hype October, we're going to duplicate that sub-action. And the group we're hiding is in the scene effects. And the group is what do we call the group? Event tools. Okay. We copy that, go back there. Source is event tools. So we test hiding it. There we go. And test showing it. Okay. So we'll have hidden to start with. And drag it up here. We want to hide the calendar, and we want to hide the event tools, and then if we duplicate that, and then at the end we'll show the calendar and show the event tools. All right, so now when we have the hype, we should hide the bar and bits and then show the bar and bits afterwards. Alrighty. Okay. That's working. Sure, there's probably like 1,001 things I need to sort before Monday, but you know what? We know how it is, don't we? On Monday, things will work. Hopefully everything will work, but if it doesn't, we'll just fix it in situ, as they say. We'll fix it as we go. So that bit is working. I feel like some text, since we have this space at the bottom now, I feel like we can put some more text in, indicating what the wheel is for, and also the fact that it's not just bits, it's subs as well. So we go back to effects, and then we take the bits counter verbiage and copy it, and then paste duplicate. And this time, instead of bits counter verbiage, well, bits counter how to can have set as that, and then we'll have it in the group so it still gets hidden, and then we'll bring it down here. Tomorrow's problems are for tomorrow's me. Exactly. Yeah. So, you know, you can put in all the preparation in the world, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be prepared when it comes down to it. And this text, we want to say something like maybe me eat hot stuff or stuff every 1k bits or subs. Eat hot stuff every 1k bits or subs. That's a bit shorter, isn't it? A bit easier to digest. $1K. Let me turn that around. I don't want it to seem like 1k bits or subs. Every 1,000 bits or 1,000 subs. Every sub or 1k bits. That becomes difficult to read against that background, doesn't it? Maybe we just need to lose the background for the week. If that's going to make things better, clearer. Main background. Should we do this? Should we go backgroundless? Possibly. Definitely makes the text stand out better. Yeah, I think we'll just lose the background. Now, what about music? Celebration. Is there a playlist? Celebration playlist? I mean, celebration song. Oh, look, playlists. Celebration songs. Best happy celebration songs. Celebration mix by Spotify. Upbeat celebration mix. Kids celebration songs. Happy celebration mix. All right, so look at this one. $493 songs, almost 30 hours on this playlist. I think that'll probably work, won't it? That'll probably serve me for the whole week. Yeah, I like these songs. I recognise most, if not all, of these songs. I think we're going to go for that. Dukasoft, do you think of anything that we can add in, or anything that can be changed, or anything that I might have forgotten next week? I do have the flyer, but I don't feel like we need to have that we can pull up at a minute's notice. I think this is good pre-event to get people in the door, but I think once they're here, they're not. I don't think we need to show this off. I do need to go in and actually tell Twitch that I want 35% off gift sub packs, and I think you have to set the time as well. So I'm going to have to say, okay, this chunk of time beyond what I think this stream is going to last. So what I don't want to do is people come in an hour before the stream finishes and they do a 5-pack and they're like, wait, you said it was going to be 35% off. I don't really know why Twitch make you do that. So I think everything that we have virtually is set up as it needs to be. I think everything physically I'm going to have to kind of make sure I have close to hand so that I'm ready to say, okay, let me just go and get this, or now I need to go and get this. I want to have it readily available. Without being really annoying and critical, it looks quite good. So if I said, here's a free pass to be really annoying and critical, what would you say? In fact, do we even need to say bits to next wheel spin at the top? If it says eat hot stuff every sub or 1,000 bits, that kind of implies, doesn't it, that the 1,000 there indicates the bits. So I'm thinking that might be overkill now, having bits to next wheel spin there. Yeah, we probably don't need that, do we? So if we lose that bit there, yeah, we don't need that top bit anymore. Means we can delete bits counter verbiage, which means we need to go back into. Actually, no, it's just hiding the group. That's good. So it doesn't make any difference about the hype command affecting that. What we can do, how does it look now as far as positioning? I've taken off that top text. We probably need to go. Do we need to go up some, or is that good in that position? That's all right. We've lost the background, which makes the text stand out more. We've lost some of the text because we don't want to double up. We've got the counter. The counter works. A few pixels of space between the bar and the text. Maybe really slightly rounded bar corners. Did you eat the hot stuff from all of the tests? There's a reason it's called tests, Dugasoft. I'm not testing my tolerance for eating the stuff. Few pixels of space between the bar and the text. Oh, for the numbers, maybe. The numbers are pretty close, aren't they, compared to the other? And do the numbers... The numbers are a bit oversized, aren't they? Now we're not having it on the bar, so maybe we need to make it the same size as the eat hot stuff text. This counter here. Move that over here and then shrink down the numbers somewhat. Possibly. And if we right click, transform, edit transform, and then we move it down so it's further away. Main display. How does that look, Lukesoft? I think it's still slightly bigger on the numbers than it is on the text, but I'm okay with that. Excellent. What else did you say? A few pixels of space between the bar and the text, maybe really slightly rounded bar corners. Yeah, that's not a 2-minute fix. So what we have is pretty much a color source, which just puts a strip on the screen. It doesn't allow you to add masks and round the corners or anything like that. Yeah, so without spending more time creating masks, and it turns into a whole thing. Unless we can add... I wonder if we could add the filter from finite to it. I wonder if that would help. Try it real quick. Go back to effects, and then the progress bar outline would be the one, and then filters, mask, Gern mask, yeah. Plus, and then what's it called? Image mask blend? No, that's not the one. Advanced mask, is that the one? Any chance of a Lee mask asking for a friend? Yeah, I keep talking about it. I did actually try to do it once. It didn't turn out so well. I think why it works mostly for Gerns is because if you look at it close up, it's not actually a photo. It is kind of a photo that's had a low poly filter put on it. So yeah, I need to do some playing around. Because I did try loading it into fourth wall, try it as a coaster. It didn't end so well. Yeah, so we'll see. Mask type shape, rectangle. And what we need is rectangle, circle, ellipse, regular polygon, star, heart, squircle, super ellipse, super formula. Mode squircle. Super ellipse. $500. Center on the Y is 1250. Recenter mask. Yeah, I don't think this is super ellipse. Feather mask. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to not. I mean, for a future event, maybe we can look at prettying it up and getting some rounded corners, but I think we're going to much easier to add rounded borders in CSS. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it was like an image, then there are filters you can add on. And I'm sure I'm going the right way by saying, okay, we're going to do an advanced mask. But I remember when I tried using the advanced mask before from Finite, that turned into a whole thing. I had to make it bigger than the actual image was and bring it down. And it didn't end so great for me. So I think given we could run for more hours and hours to get that, and we're already over 5, I think we're probably going to knock it on the head for today. I think we've made some good progress on getting things ready. We'll do one last check of the wheel. One last wheel spin. Now, I haven't got the wheel spin at the moment where it pauses the music, but I don't know. Should we just play the music, the burn stuff over the music that's playing, or should we pause the music? Let's have a look. Blah, blah, blee, blah, blue, blah. Yes, okay, so I think that's the actual one we need. I don't think the music is loud enough for it to be an issue. Oh, okay. If we just do a test then, I guess we'll let the song start playing a bit and then I'll spin the wheel and we'll see. And I've been going in and manually pausing it, and I hate doing manual stuff, so if I was going to pause the music, I would definitely put it in something automated, but weird, it does seem to favour Cheetos for some reason. So in my headphones, that Ring of Fire is like twice the volume of the music. Is that how it comes across? And if it does, then, that's fine. We won't, like you say, if the music's not loud enough to drown it out, then we should be good. All right, so I'll close out the blurb window. Just about. Okay, yeah, so I think we'll be fine. As long as it's not blowing people's ears off. Okay, so I wonder if we should have done more as far as the hype command, maybe switched it up because it's celebration, or I don't know, separate celebration, redemption. Oh, I'll play it by ear. I'm overthinking this. I tend to do that when it comes to stream stuff. It's like when anybody has a party, you know, you just want it to go well, don't you? You want people that come by, you hope they bring a bottle, and you hope they have fun. All right, well, let's stop overthinking it. I already have the shortcut key so that we can turn on the fire breath. That works. Lee will be there. Gonna be great. I mean, I hope I'll be there, because otherwise it's definitely not going to end well. If you know, I wish I could figure out as well why when I change in the starting soon scene, it brings up that. There'll be something throwing it off when it brings up the viewer discretion advised window. Why it's slid down. I need to look into that. Alrighty. Well, it's probably a good time as any to see who's on. See who we can do the raid raid thing to. Let's have a look. Let's see who be on. One of the friendos be on today that we can head on over to. Oh my goodness, yawning. That's a great look, isn't it? Have we raided Daria recently? Let's have a look through my raid list and see. Raid targets. Back of my head, I feel like we've raided Daria before. Maybe we raided over with Jern or something. I'm not seeing a raid there, so let's do that. I think we can do that thing today. Looks like Daria has been streaming for just over an hour, so I don't think that they're about to raid out. So let's go and show some love over there. All right, let's hit that stream ending scene. Let's kick off the raid message. Big thanks, as always, to Science Streams Berlin, who we saw before he dipped off. Oh, look, we have we have the bar that we did today showing up on this scene, which is interesting. I'll look into that because I don't want to raid out during the week, and that's on there. Yeah, it's been fun today. Thanks, everybody. Berlin we saw earlier. Dukasoft, been around for most of the stream. Appreciate that. Irish John Games, probably running around like a headless chicken, trying to do a bunch of stuff like he does. Best Bar, no, Best Duka. Okay, so I'll be back on Monday. You know what would have been a good idea? Probably having that schedule up here. I'm going to have to go in and change that schedule, aren't I, to show Monday to Friday for next week instead of Saturday on there. So I'll add that to my list of things to update. But that's for the next stream. For this stream, I'm going to thank everybody who stopped by. Thank you to the mods who helped out. And we're going to go and see Daria right now, see what they're working on today. Looks like a bit of Unity, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully they're working on the patched version. So we'll head over there and see what's going on. Everybody have a fantastic weekend, whatever you end up doing.